Almost everything you did today ran through it, and you probably never noticed. The coffee you drank, the phone you are listening to this on, the roof over your head, the electricity keeping the lights on, the work you went to or are dreading going to in the morning. All of it moved through the same enormous, invisible machine. A machine that nobody designed, that nobody fully controls, and that not one single person on the planet completely understands. We just call it the economy, and tonight we are going to take a very slow walk through the whole thing, from the very first lumps of metal that people traded with thousands of years ago, all the way through how the whole machine actually works under the hood, and then out to the far edge of where it might be heading next. Now, before we get going, I have to say the obvious thing, which is that none of this is financial advice, not even slightly. I am not a financial advisor. I am not an economist. I am not qualified to tell you what to do with a single dollar or a single coin you own. I am just a person who likes reading about stuff online and then yapping about it. And that is genuinely all this is. Everything you are about to hear is just things I read up on across a lot of different corners of the internet, stitched together into one long, calm story. So please do not take anything in here as a recommendation to buy, sell, or do anything at all with your money. If you want real advice about your own situation, go talk to someone who actually does this for a living. I just like learning about how the world works and then talking through it slowly, and that is the whole point of these. And speaking of these, if you happen to enjoy this kind of thing and you want to support it, I upload every one of these episodes over on my Patreon, completely ad-free, so there is nothing interrupting you in the middle of the night when you are trying to drift off. The link is down in the description, and honestly, it is the single biggest thing that keeps these going. So if you have a couple of dollars to spare and you want the ad-free versions, that is the place to find them. Either way, thank you for being here. Now get comfortable, turn your screen brightness down, and let us begin. So to understand any of this, we have to start in a strange place, which is the idea that for most of human history, there was no such thing as money at all. For somewhere around 200,000 years, people lived in small groups, and inside those groups, nobody was buying anything from anybody. If you were a good hunter and you brought back meat, you shared it, and you did not hand someone a coin and wait for change. The expectation was simply that when you came up short, somebody else would share with you, and it all balanced out over a lifetime of people looking after each other. This is sometimes called a gift economy, and the thing that held it together was not cash. It was memory and obligation, the quiet running tally in everyone's head of who had helped whom and who still owed a favor. There is a popular story you have probably heard where the tale goes that before money, everyone used barter, meaning you would trade your 2 chickens directly for someone's sack of grain, and money was invented to make all that trading smoother. It is a tidy story, and it shows up in a lot of textbooks, and the slightly awkward truth is that historians and anthropologists have looked very hard for a society that actually ran on pure barter like that, and they basically cannot find one. What they find instead, over and over, is credit. People kept track of who owed what in their heads or on a stick or a clay tablet, and they settled up later. So the order most people assume, where barter came first and then money fixed it, seems to have things almost backwards, because the keeping track of debts came long before the coins did. The debt came first, and the money showed up later to help count it. The earliest places where we can actually read about this are the old cities of Mesopotamia, in the land that is mostly Iraq today, going back more than 5,000 years. These people had cities and temples and huge grain storehouses, and they needed a way to keep the accounts straight. So they pressed marks into wet clay with a reed, and that became one of the first writing systems in the world. And the thing worth sitting with for a moment is that a huge amount of the very first writing humans ever did was not poetry, and it was not prayer. It was receipts. It was lists of how much barley somebody owed, how many sheep changed hands, how much silver a worker was due. The temple and the palace were running an enormous accounting operation, and they used a standard measure to do it, usually a fixed weight of silver or a fixed amount of barley, so that everything could be priced against the same yardstick, even when no actual silver moved. We even have one of the oldest written law codes in the world, carved onto a tall black stone by a king named Hammurabi, nearly 4,000 years ago. And a big chunk of it is basically economic rules. It sets out how much a doctor could charge for a surgery, what the going rent was, what interest a lender could charge on a loan of grain versus a loan of silver, and what happened to you if you did not pay your debts. There were rules saying that if a man could not pay what he owed, he or his wife or his children could be handed over to work off the debt, but only for a set number of years before they had to be set free. Even back then, 4,000 years ago, the people in charge understood that debt could swallow a person whole, and they were already trying to build little release valves into the system so it did not tear society apart. For a long stretch, the thing people used as money was not coins but commodities, meaning useful stuff that everyone wanted anyway. Cattle were a big one, so much so that the word for money in some old languages comes straight from the word for cattle, and even the word capital traces back to a Latin word for head, as in head of cattle. Grain worked too, and salt was so valuable for keeping food from spoiling that the Romans tied a soldier's pay to it, leaving its trace in the word salary. In other parts of the world, people used cowrie shells, which were small, hard to fake, easy to carry, and pretty, and those shells ended up being used as money across a gigantic span of Africa and Asia for thousands of years. The pattern is always the same though. People reached for something durable, something hard to counterfeit, something everyone agreed had worth, and they used it as a way to store value and to settle up, and then somewhere around 2,600 years ago, in a kingdom called Lydia, in what is now Turkey, somebody had the idea that would change everything. They took small lumps of a natural mix of gold and silver called electrum. They stamped them with an official mark, and they guaranteed the weight and the purity. That stamp was the whole trick, because before that, if you handed someone a lump of metal, they had to weigh it and test it and squint at it suspiciously every single time. But once a king put his mark on it and stood behind it, you could just count the coins instead of weighing them, and trade got dramatically faster. The Lydians got famously rich off this, and their last king, Croesus, became such a byword for wealth that people still say someone is as rich as Croesus today, more than 2,500 years later. The coin was born, and it spread outward in every direction, picked up by the Greeks, then the Persians, then nearly everyone. The ancient Greeks took the coin and ran with it, and their cities, especially Athens, built busy trading economies around it. Athens had a huge advantage, which was a mountain of silver in the ground at a place called Laurion, and they dug it out, stamped it into coins with an owl on them, and those owl coins became something like the trusted international currency of the ancient Mediterranean, accepted far beyond Athens itself, because everyone knew the silver was good. The Greeks also gave us the word economics, which originally just meant something like the management of a household, the art of running your home and your land well. It took a very long time for that word to swell up into meaning the management of an entire nation's wealth. But the seed of it is right there, the idea that there is a skill to arranging your resources wisely. Then came Rome, which built the largest and most connected economy the Western world had seen up to that point. The Romans had roads, a huge one stretching across the whole empire, and those roads were not just for armies, they were for trade, moving grain and wine and oil and pottery, and enslaved people across thousands of miles. They had a standard silver coin called the denarius, and because everyone across this enormous territory used the same money, you could trade with someone 1,000 miles away without having to argue about whose coins counted. Rome imported grain from Egypt to feed the city, marble from quarries, spices that came all the way from India and beyond. At its peak, the city of Rome may have held 1 million people, which is a staggering number of mouths to feed using nothing but ships, carts, and careful accounting. And the only way a city that size can exist at all is on top of a working economy, moving food in from far away. But Rome also gives us one of the oldest and most important lessons about money, and it is a lesson that every government since has had to relearn the hard way. Over time, the emperors kept needing more money than they had to pay soldiers and to fund grand projects, and they hit on what looked like a clever solution. They started making the silver coins with less and less actual silver in them, mixing in cheaper metals, while still calling each coin a denarius and insisting it was worth the same. This is called debasing the currency, and at the start it seems like free money because you can make twice as many coins out of the same silver. The problem is that people are not stupid, and they slowly notice that the coins are worth less, so prices climb to make up for it. Over a couple of centuries, the Roman silver coin went from being almost pure silver down to having barely a trace of it. Prices spiraled, and the money people had saved became close to worthless. It is one of the earliest large-scale examples of inflation, and the cause was simple, which is that there was suddenly a lot more money chasing the same amount of stuff. When the Western Roman Empire came apart, a lot of that long-distance trade came apart with it, and in much of Europe, things got smaller and more local for several centuries. Coins did not vanish, but a great deal of life shifted toward an arrangement we now call feudalism, where the basic unit was land. A lord held the land, peasants worked it, and instead of wages, the deal was roughly that the peasants got to keep enough to live on and got protection, while the lord took a cut of everything they produced and could call on them for labor and for fighting. Money was around the edges of this, but the heart of the medieval economy for a long while was not cash. It was obligation tied to land. Who owed work to whom? Who owed loyalty and a share of the harvest to whom? Stacked up in a pyramid, from the peasant in the field all the way up to the king. Inside this world, towns and trade slowly came back to life, and one of the more interesting institutions to grow up was the guild. A guild was a group that controlled a particular craft in a town. The bakers, say, or the weavers, or the goldsmiths, and they set the rules: who was allowed to practice the trade, how long you had to train as an apprentice, what quality the goods had to be, and often what the prices. From one angle, a guild protected standards and protected its members from being undercut, and from another angle, it was a way of keeping competition out and keeping prices comfortably high for the people already on the inside. That tension between protecting people who do a job and keeping the job closed off to everyone else is a tension that has never gone away, and you can still see versions of the exact same argument today. There was one more medieval feature that mattered enormously, which is that the church taught for a long time that charging interest on a loan was a sin. The word for it was usury, and the reasoning was roughly that money is barren. It does not grow on its own like a field of wheat does. So charging extra just for the use of money over time was seen as taking something for nothing, as profiting from another person's need. This created a genuine practical problem, because trade needs credit. Merchants need to borrow to fund a voyage or buy stock, and if all the Christians were forbidden from lending at interest, somebody still had to do it. Often that role fell to Jewish communities who were barred from many other professions and were not bound by the Christian rule in the same way, which is a big part of why money lending became associated with them, and that association was then used against them in some genuinely ugly ways for centuries. The whole thing is a knot of religion, prejudice, and the simple, unavoidable fact that an economy needs someone willing to lend. And then, in the trading cities of northern Italy, banking as we would recognize it was truly born. Places like Florence, Venice, and Genoa sat in the middle of the trade routes between Europe and the wider world, and they got very rich moving goods and money around. The Italians worked out clever ways around the rule against interest, often by dressing it up as a fee or as a profit from exchanging one currency for another, and they built the tools that banks still use. One of the most important was the bill of exchange, which let a merchant in one city hand over money to a banker and then collect it from that banker's partner in a faraway city, which meant you no longer had to physically haul a chest of gold across bandit-infested roads. You could move the value on paper instead. The most famous of these banking families was the Medici of Florence, who started as merchants, became the richest bankers in Europe, lent money to kings and to the Pope himself, and used that wealth to basically run their city and to pay for an astonishing amount of the art and the buildings we still travel to see today. Right around the same time, a friar named Luca Pacioli wrote down something that sounds boring and was actually one of the more powerful ideas in the whole story. He did not invent it, the Italian merchants had been using it, but he wrote out the clear explanation of double entry bookkeeping, which is the simple but enormously useful habit of recording every transaction twice, once as where the money came from, and once as where it went. The reason this matters so much is that it lets a business actually see itself clearly, to know at any moment what it owns, what it owes, and whether it is truly making money or only feeling like it is. Before this, a merchant might be busy and surrounded by goods and still have no real idea whether the whole operation was sinking. Double entry bookkeeping is the quiet skeleton underneath every company on earth right now, and it came out of these Italian trading houses more than 500 years ago. So, by the end of the Middle Ages, the pieces were starting to come together. There were coins and banks, there was credit, and there were ways to move money across distances. There was bookkeeping to keep it all straight, and there were merchants growing rich enough to rival lords and kings. And then the world got a great deal bigger very suddenly, because ships started sailing across oceans, and the whole game changed scale. The age of exploration is usually told as a story about brave sailors and new lands, but underneath the adventure, it was almost entirely about money. Europe wanted spices, things like pepper, nutmeg, cloves, and cinnamon, partly because they made food taste better, and partly because they were a way to show off wealth. And these spices grew far away in Asia and arrived in Europe only after passing through a long chain of middlemen who each took a cut, which made them outrageously expensive. So the dream was to find a sea route straight to the source and cut all those middlemen out. And that dream is what sent ships down around Africa and, in the case of one stubborn Italian sailing for Spain, straight west across the Atlantic, looking for Asia and bumping into two entire continents that Europe had not known were there. What came out of the Americas changed the European economy in a way nobody expected, and the big one was silver. The Spanish found enormous silver deposits in the mountains of what is now Bolivia and in Mexico, and they forced huge numbers of local people and later enslaved Africans to dig it out under brutal conditions that killed people in staggering numbers. That silver then flooded back into Europe and out across the whole world. And here is where it gets interesting, because all that new silver acted exactly like the Roman coin debasing did, only on a much bigger scale. Suddenly, there was far more money sloshing around, but the amount of actual goods, the food and cloth and tools, had not grown nearly as fast. So, prices across Europe climbed steadily for about 100 years in what historians call the price revolution. It was one of the first times people could watch, over a lifetime, the cost of ordinary things creep relentlessly upward, and a lot of them had no idea why it was happening, because the cause was a mountain of silver on the other side of the world. That silver also did something else strange, which is that a great deal of it did not stay in Europe at all. It kept flowing east, all the way to China. China, at this time, had a gigantic economy and made things the rest of the world desperately wanted: silk and porcelain and tea. And China mostly did not want European goods in return, but it did want silver, because the Chinese government had decided to collect its taxes in silver. So you ended up with this vast current of silver mined in the Americas by forced labor, shipped across the Atlantic to Spain, spent across Europe, and then drained steadily eastward to China to pay for luxuries. And that flow tied together the entire planet into something like a single connected economy for the first time. You could argue this is the real start of globalization, 400 years before anyone used the word, and it ran on silver. To fund these voyages, which were wildly expensive and wildly risky, since a single storm or a single pirate could sink your entire fortune, Europeans came up with one of the most consequential inventions in the whole history of money, which is the joint stock company. The idea was simple and brilliant, because instead of one rich person betting everything on one ship, a whole crowd of people each put in a little money. They share in the profits if the voyage goes well, and, crucially, they only lose what they put in if it all goes to the bottom of the sea. You spread the risk across many shoulders, so any one person can survive the loss, which means people are suddenly willing to fund things that would have been far too dangerous to fund alone. The Dutch took this furthest with the Dutch East India Company, founded in 1602, which was the first company to sell shares to the general public that could then be bought and sold by anyone. And to handle all that buying and selling, they set up what is generally counted as the first real stock exchange in Amsterdam. The Dutch East India Company grew into something almost hard to believe. It was a private company, but it had the power to wage war, to build forts, to sign treaties, and to govern territory. So it was something between a business and a small empire. And it dominated the spice trade for the better part of 2 centuries. By some rough estimates that try to translate its peak worth into today's money, it may have been the most valuable company that has ever existed, worth more than many of the giant companies you can name right now combined. Although comparing across that many centuries is always a bit of a guessing game. The point that matters is that the basic shape of the modern corporation, owned by shareholders, run by managers, traded on an exchange, was already fully formed 400 years ago, sailing around the world chasing pepper. And of course, where there is a stock market, there is eventually a bubble. And the Dutch gave us one of the most famous and strangest in all of history, which had nothing to do with the spice company and everything to do with flowers. In the 1630s, the Dutch became obsessed with tulips, especially rare ones with dramatic streaks of color, and the price of tulip bulbs climbed higher and higher as people bought them not to plant but to sell on to the next buyer at an even higher price. At the peak, the stories say, a single prized bulb could trade for more than a skilled craftsman earned in years, the price of a decent house, and people were trading contracts for bulbs that were still in the ground. Then, as always happens, the spell broke. Somebody decided the prices were insane. Buyers vanished, and the whole thing collapsed almost overnight, leaving the last people holding the bulbs with something close to nothing. Some historians argue the tale has been exaggerated over the centuries, and the damage was smaller and more contained than the legend suggests. But either way, it became the original cautionary story about what happens when a prize detaches from anything real and floats up on pure hope. And we have repeated that exact pattern many times since. Now, while all this trading and bubbling was going on, the rulers of Europe had settled on a way of thinking about national wealth that we now call mercantilism, and it dominated for a couple of centuries. The core belief was that the wealth of a country was basically the pile of gold and silver it held. And since the world seemed to contain only so much gold and silver, the game was to grab as big a share of it as possible. The way you did that was to sell more to other countries than you bought from them, so that the difference flowed back to you as precious metal. And to make sure of this, governments slapped heavy taxes on imports, handed out special privileges to favored companies, and treated their colonies mainly as places to extract raw materials cheaply and to sell finished goods expensively. Trade, under this way of thinking, was close to a war by other means, where one country could only win if another lost, and there was no real idea that trade might make both sides richer at the same time. And that belief that trade is a fight over a fixed pile of gold is exactly the belief that a quiet Scottish professor blew apart in 1776 in a book so important that people often mark it as the moment the modern study of economics begins. The man was Adam Smith, and the book was an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, which most people just call the wealth of nations. Smith's big move was to say that the real wealth of a country is not its hoard of gold at all. It is the goods and services its people can actually produce and enjoy. The food, the cloth, the tools, the houses, the whole flow of useful things. Gold is just a way of keeping score. If you have all the gold in the world, but your people are producing nothing, you are poor. And Smith saw that clearly when almost everyone around him still thought gold itself was the prize. Smith is most famous for a phrase he barely used, the invisible hand, and the idea behind it is worth slowing down on because it sits at the center of how a lot of people still think about markets. His observation was that in a working market, a baker does not bake bread out of love for you. He bakes it to earn a living. And the butcher and the brewer are the same, each one chasing their own benefit. And yet, the strange result of all these people selfishly pursuing their own gain is that the town somehow ends up fed, clothed, and supplied with nearly everything it needs, as if guided by an invisible hand toward an outcome that none of them actually intended. Nobody is in charge of feeding the town. No official decides how much bread to bake, and yet the bread appears in roughly the right amount, because bakers who bake too little miss out on sales, and bakers who bake too much are stuck with waste, and the price gently nudges everyone toward the right answer. Smith was pointing at something genuinely surprising, that order can emerge from a crowd of people each just looking after themselves, without anyone planning it. The other idea Smith hammered on was the division of labor, and he explained it with a little factory that makes pins. One worker doing every step alone, drawing out the wire, straightening it, cutting it, sharpening the point, attaching the head, might manage to make a handful of pins in a day, maybe 20 if he was skilled. But Smith described a small pin workshop where the job was split into around 18 separate little steps, with different workers each doing just one of them over and over. And that workshop of 10 people could make something like 48,000 pins in a single day, which works out to thousands of pins per person, hundreds of times more than each could manage alone. The reason is that when you do one tiny task all day, you get fast at it. You do not waste time switching between jobs, and it becomes worth inventing special tools and machines for that one step. This single insight that splitting work into specialized pieces multiplies how much you can produce is a huge part of the explanation for why the modern world is so much richer than the old one. And it is about to go into overdrive, because right as Smith was writing, the machines were arriving. The Industrial Revolution started in Britain in the late 1700s, and it is honestly hard to overstate what a break it was from everything that came before. For almost all of human history, nearly everyone worked the land. Most people were poor, and a normal life was not very different from your grandparents' life or your grandchildren's life, because almost nothing changed across the generations. Then, over the span of a few decades, that froze pattern shattered. The trigger was learning to harness new sources of power, first water and then, far more importantly, steam, by burning coal to boil water and using the pressure to drive machines. Once you had a machine that could spin thread or weave cloth or pump water out of a mine far faster than any human hand, the whole arrangement of work flipped over. People left the countryside and poured into towns to work in factories, and the factory was a genuinely new kind of place. Instead of working at home at your own pace, tied to the rhythm of daylight and the seasons, you now went to a building owned by someone else. You worked to the beat of a machine and a clock, and you did it for long hours, often 12 or 14 a day, 6 days a week. Children worked in these factories and in the mines small enough to crawl into spaces adults could not reach, and the conditions were frequently dangerous and filthy and cruel. The cities that grew up around the factories were crowded and dirty, with terrible sanitation and short lives. So the Industrial Revolution is two stories laid on top of each other at once. It is the start of the most enormous explosion of wealth and production the species had ever seen. The thing that eventually lifted billions of people out of the grinding poverty that had been normal forever, and at the same time, for the generations actually living through the early part of it, it was often genuinely miserable, and both of those things are true, and neither one cancels the other out. Underneath the smoke, something basic about the economy was shifting, which was where the power and the wealth came from. In the old world, the thing that made you rich was land, owning the ground that food grew on. In this new world, the thing that made you rich was capital, meaning the machines, the factories, the equipment, the stuff you used to make other stuff. A man who owned no land at all, but owned a factory full of machines, could now become wealthier than an old landowner, and that was a quiet earthquake under the whole structure of society, because it meant a new class of people, the factory owners and the industrialists, was rising up alongside and eventually past the old aristocracy. The word capitalism comes from exactly this: an economy organized around privately owned capital, around people investing in machines and businesses in the hope of making a profit, and then plowing that profit back in to make even more. As all this was happening, a new generation of thinkers tried to make sense of it, and they are usually called the classical economists. One of the sharpest was David Ricardo, a man who made a fortune trading on the stock market and then spent his later years thinking hard about how economies work. Ricardo gave us an idea that sounds dry but is genuinely one of the most powerful in the whole field, called comparative advantage. And it is the proper answer to the old mercantilist belief that trade is a fight somebody has to lose. The idea goes like this, that even if one country is better than another at making absolutely everything, it still makes sense for them to trade, because each country should focus on whatever it is relatively best at, the thing it gives up the least to produce, and then swap. Imagine a brilliant lawyer who also happens to be the fastest typist in town. It still makes sense for her to hire a typist and spend her own hours lawyering, because every hour she spends typing is an hour stolen from the far more valuable lawyering. Countries are the same, and the upshot is that trade can leave everyone better off at once, which flatly contradicted the idea that one nation's gain had to be another's loss. Another classical thinker cast a much darker shadow, a clergyman named Thomas Malthus. Malthus looked at population and food and came to a grim conclusion, which was that population, left alone, grows faster than the food supply can keep up with, because people tend to have more children whenever times are good and there is more food, and that extra population then eats up the surplus and pushes everyone back down to the edge of starvation. In his view, humanity was more or less trapped, doomed to bounce off a ceiling of misery and hunger forever, because any improvement would just get eaten by more mouths. This bleak forecast is often said to be why people started calling economics the dismal science. And the fascinating twist is that Malthus was describing the trap that had genuinely held for all of human history right up until his own lifetime. And then the Industrial Revolution, and later the huge leaps in farming broke the trap. Food production raced ahead, and for the rich parts of the world, the cycle he described simply stopped working the way it always had. He was not wrong about the past. He was just standing right at the hinge where the rules changed. But the thinker who would shake the whole world was a German named Karl Marx, who looked at this new industrial capitalism with its smoke and its child labor and its enormous gulf between the factory owners and the workers, and concluded that the entire system was built on a kind of theft and was doomed to tear itself apart. Marx spent years in the reading room of the British Museum writing an enormous, dense book called Capital, and his argument, boiled down, was about where profit comes from. He believed the true worth of anything came from the human labor put into it, and that a worker in a factory produced more worth than he was paid in wages, with the owner pocketing the difference, which Marx called surplus value. To Marx, this was the engine of the whole system and also its original sin, the owners getting rich off the gap between what workers produced and what they were paid. And he predicted that competition would force owners to squeeze workers harder and harder, that wealth would pile up in fewer and fewer hands, that crises would get worse, and that eventually the workers would rise up, throw off the owners, and build a system where the factories and the land were owned in common rather than by private individuals. Now, you can argue forever about how much Marx got right and how much he got wrong, and people genuinely do, often very loudly. Plenty of his specific predictions did not come true. Workers in rich countries did not get steadily poorer. They mostly got richer over the long run. And the revolutions that flew his banner often turned into something brutal and grim that he might not have recognized or wanted. But it would be a mistake to wave him away, because his questions were sharp ones that have never fully gone away. Questions about who really captures the value that gets created, about whether wealth naturally clumps up in fewer and fewer hands over time, about whether the people doing the work get a fair share of what their work produces. Those questions are alive and being argued about right now, and whatever you think of his answers, the fact that we are still wrestling with his questions a century and a half later tells you he was pointing at something genuinely important. While the thinkers argued, the machines kept multiplying, and the late 1800s in America became known as the Gilded Age, a name meant to suggest a thin layer of gold over something less pretty underneath. This was the era of the railroads, of steel, of oil, and of a handful of men who built empires so large that we still tell stories about them. There was the oilman who came to control almost the entire American oil business through one company, the steel man who turned out more steel than entire countries, the banker so powerful he personally stepped in to rescue the whole financial system during a panic. These men were sometimes called captains of industry by people who admired them, and robber barons by people who did not. And both names fit because they built the industrial backbone of a modern superpower, and they also crushed competitors, squeezed workers, and gathered up so much control over whole industries that a single company could set prices for the entire country with nobody able to challenge it. That last part, the gathering of an entire industry into one giant company, is called a monopoly, and it is one of the clearest examples of a market going wrong rather than right. The beautiful thing about competition, the thing Adam Smith pointed at, only works when there actually is competition, when a baker who charges too much loses customers to the baker down the street. But if one company manages to swallow or destroy all the other bakers, then there is no baker down the street anymore, and that one company can charge whatever it likes and treat people however it likes, because where else are you going to go? The American government eventually decided this was a serious enough problem to act on and passed laws against this kind of thing. And in one famous case, the courts broke that giant oil company up into many smaller pieces. The tension here between letting companies grow and compete freely and stopping them from growing so big that they kill competition entirely is another one of those arguments that started over a century ago and is being fought just as hard today over the giant technology companies. All of this growing and crashing kept running into a recurring problem, which was that the banking system itself was dangerously fragile, and every so often the whole thing would seize up in what people called a panic. The way a panic worked is genuinely unsettling once you understand it. A bank does not keep all of your deposited money sitting in its vault. It lends most of it out because that is how it makes money and how the loans that build houses and businesses get funded. That works fine as long as not everyone wants their money back at the same time. But if a rumor spreads that a bank is in trouble, people rush to pull their money out. And since the bank does not have it all on hand, even a perfectly healthy bank can be destroyed by the panic itself. And worse, the panic spreads because people seeing one bank fail rush to pull their money from the next one and the next. After a particularly bad panic in 1907, where the financial system was rescued mainly by one private banker, strong-arming others into propping it up, America finally decided it could not keep relying on the luck of having a rich man willing to step in. And in 1913, it created a central bank, the Federal Reserve, to act as a backstop, a lender of last resort that could pump money into the banks during a panic to stop the dominoes from falling. Then the world set itself on fire twice, and the economic story gets tangled up with the bloodiest years in human history. The First World War was hugely expensive, and the countries fighting it borrowed enormous sums and printed money to pay for it. And when it ended, the losing side, Germany, was saddled with a crushing bill of payments it was supposed to make to the winners, called reparations. Germany, broke and desperate and unable to pay, turned to the printing press, churning out more and more money. And what happened next became the single most famous example of inflation gone completely off the rails. Prices did not just rise, they exploded, doubling and doubling again in shorter and shorter spans of time until money became almost meaningless. People were paid twice a day and ran to spend it before it lost worth by evening. The price of a loaf of bread climbed into the billions of marks, and there are real photographs of people carting their wages around in wheelbarrows, and of children playing with bricks of banknotes because the paper was worth less than toys. Savings built up over a lifetime evaporated in months. This hyperinflation wrecked the German middle class, poisoned the country's faith in its government, and helped poison the soil that something far worse would later grow in. Across the ocean, America in the 1920s went the opposite direction, into a giddy boom that everyone remembers as the Roaring Twenties. The economy was growing. New gadgets like cars and radios and washing machines were pouring into homes, and a lot of ordinary people discovered the stock market for the first time and decided it was a way to get rich. Stock prices climbed and climbed, and people started borrowing money to buy even more stock, putting down only a small slice of their own cash and borrowing the rest, which is called buying on margin. This works wonderfully as long as prices keep going up, because you are making gains on money that was not even yours. But it is a trap with its jaws wide open, because if prices fall, you owe back money you no longer have. By 1929, stock prices had floated far above what the actual companies were worth, propped up on borrowing and on the simple belief that they would keep rising forever, which is the same belief that floated those tulip bulbs 300 years earlier. In October of 1929, it broke, and the stock market crashed in a matter of days, wiping out fortunes and triggering a chain reaction that dragged down the entire economy into what we call the Great Depression. This was not a normal downturn. It was a catastrophe that lasted for years and spread across the world. Banks failed by the thousands, and when a bank failed, the savings of everyone who had trusted it simply vanished, because there was no safety net to catch them. As people lost their savings and their jobs, they stopped spending. And because they stopped spending, businesses had no customers. So those businesses laid off more workers or shut down entirely, which meant even more people with no money to spend, in a downward spiral that fed on itself. At its worst, around 1 in 4 working Americans had no job at all. Families lost their homes and their farms, and there were breadlines and shanty towns in the richest country on earth. The thing that makes a depression so cruel is exactly that spiral, the way each person sensibly tightening their belt makes the whole situation worse for everyone, including themselves. This catastrophe broke the old way of thinking about economies and gave us the single most influential economist of the 20th century, a brilliant and slightly intimidating Englishman named John Maynard Keynes. Up to this point, the standard view was roughly that you should leave the economy alone, that downturns were natural and would fix themselves, that the government should keep its hands off and balance its own budget and wait for things to recover. Keynes looked at millions of people sitting idle, factories standing empty, and a world stuck in misery year after year. And he said, "This is madness. The economy is not fixing itself. It is stuck." His diagnosis was about something he called aggregate demand, which is just a fancy way of saying the total amount of spending in the whole economy. In a depression, everyone is too scared to spend, so demand collapses And because one person's spending is another person's income, the collapse feeds on itself, and the economy can get stuck in a bad place for a very long time with no natural force pulling it back out. Keynes had pointed at a genuinely strange and troubling thing, which he called the paradox of thrift. For any single household, saving more during hard times is the careful, responsible, sensible thing to do. You cut back, you build up a cushion, you protect yourself. But if everyone does the responsible thing at the exact same moment, total spending crashes. Businesses lose their customers, workers lose their jobs, and the whole society ends up poorer, including all those careful savers. What is wise for one person becomes a disaster when everyone does it together. And Keynes's solution to this was the idea that made him famous and that we are still arguing about today, which was that when the people and the businesses are all too frightened to spend, the government should step in and spend instead, even if it has to borrow to do it, to fill the hole in demand and get the wheels turning again, putting money into people's pockets so they start spending, which gives businesses customers, which lets them hire workers who then spend until the spiral starts running upward instead of downward. In America, this thinking, mixed with a lot of political pressure and experimentation, turned into the New Deal, a flurry of government programs under President Franklin Roosevelt. The government hired huge numbers of unemployed people directly to build roads and bridges and dams and parks, many of which are still standing and in use. It created a system where the government insured your bank deposits, so that if your bank failed, your savings would be protected up to a limit, which was meant to stop the bank runs by removing the reason to panic, because you no longer needed to race to pull your money out. It created old age pensions, the program called Social Security, so that the elderly would not be left with nothing. People still argue about how much the New Deal actually pulled America out of the Depression versus how much it was the spending of the war that finally did it. But it permanently changed the relationship between the government and the economy, planting the idea that the government had a responsibility to step in and manage things when the whole machine seized up. What finally blew the Depression away for good was the most terrible thing imaginable, the Second World War, which is a deeply uncomfortable fact about economics. The war forced governments to spend on a scale nobody would ever have agreed to in peacetime, building tanks and ships and planes and guns, and that titanic burst of spending put everyone to work. Factories ran around the clock, and the unemployment of the Depression simply vanished, swallowed by the war machine. Women poured into factory jobs they had been kept out of before. Whole economies were redirected toward a single goal. It is a grim demonstration of Keynes's basic point, that a massive enough wave of spending can pull an economy out of a slump, delivered in the worst possible way through the deadliest conflict in human history. And it left the world utterly transformed, with most of the old great powers shattered and exhausted, and one country, the United States, standing nearly untouched on its own soil and producing an astonishing share of everything the world made. So even before the war was over, the winning side gathered in a quiet resort town in New Hampshire called Bretton Woods to design the rules for the economic world that would come after, and Keynes himself was in the room. They wanted to avoid the chaos that had followed the First World War, the wild swings and the collapse of trade. So they built a new system. The American dollar would sit at the center of everything, fixed to gold at a set rate, so that the dollar was as good as gold, and then every other country's money would be fixed to the dollar. This gave the world stable exchange rates, which made trade easier because businesses knew what foreign money would be worth tomorrow. They also created two new institutions that still exist and still stir up strong feelings. The International Monetary Fund, meant to lend to countries that ran into financial trouble, and the World Bank, meant to lend money to help poorer countries develop. The whole arrangement put the United States and its dollar at the heart of the global economy, a position the dollar has never really given up since. What followed for about a quarter of a century was something close to a golden age for the rich countries, sometimes called the post-war boom. Economies grew quickly and steadily. Year after year, ordinary workers saw their wages climb. A huge middle class swelled up. People bought homes and cars and televisions, and there was a widespread sense that next year would be better than this one, and that your children would have it better than you. The gap between the rich and everyone else actually shrank during these years, which is unusual, and the worker in a factory could often support a whole family, buy a house, and retire with a pension, all on one income. It was not perfect. Plenty of people were shut out of the prosperity, and there are reasons it could not last forever. But it was a genuine stretch where the machine seemed to be working about as well as it ever had for ordinary people. And a lot of the nostalgia people feel for that era is really nostalgia for this particular economic moment. But the system built at Bretton Woods had a crack in it that slowly widened, and it came down to that promise that the dollar was always exchangeable for gold. Over the years, America spent heavily on its own programs and on wars abroad, and printed and sent out more and more dollars into the world, until eventually there were far more dollars floating around than there was gold in America's vaults to back them. Other countries started to notice, and some of them began asking to swap their dollars for actual gold, which threatened to drain the gold away entirely. So, in 1971, President Richard Nixon went on television and announced that the United States would no longer exchange dollars for gold at all. And with that single decision, the link between money and gold, which had existed in some form for thousands of years, was cut for good. From that day forward, the dollar, and soon nearly every currency in the world, was what we call fiat money, which means money that is not backed by gold or silver or anything you can hold. Money that has worth purely because the government says it does, and because everyone agrees to accept it. The money in your account right now is fiat money, backed by nothing but trust and law. And that has been true for the whole world for only about 50 years. The 1970s, which followed, were a rough and confusing decade for economies, and they broke the comfortable consensus that had held since the Depression. The trouble had a name that economists had thought was nearly impossible: stagflation, which is a mashup of stagnation and inflation, two things that were not supposed to happen together. The old thinking said that prices rise when the economy is running hot and everyone has jobs, and prices fall or steady when the economy is weak and people are out of work, so you might get high prices or high unemployment, but not both at once. Then the 70s delivered exactly that forbidden combination: rising prices and rising unemployment side by side, and a huge part of the cause was oil. The countries that produced most of the world's oil banded together and sharply cut their supply, sending the price of oil rocketing. And because nearly everything depends on energy, the cost of nearly everything else climbed too, while at the same time, the expensive energy choked off growth and threw people out of work. The Keynesian playbook, built for fighting weak demand, had no clear answer for prices rising while the economy stalled, and that failure cracked open the door for a different set of ideas. The man who walked through that door was an American economist named Milton Friedman, the leading voice of what is called the Chicago School, and he became the great counterweight to Keynes. Friedman argued that the government meddling in the economy usually did more harm than good, that the market left to itself was wiser than any group of officials, and that a lot of the troubles people blamed on free markets were actually caused by clumsy government interference. On money specifically, he argued that inflation was, in his famous phrase, always and everywhere a matter of the money supply, meaning that prices rise mainly when the amount of money in the system grows faster than the amount of goods. So the way to control inflation was simply to control how fast the money supply grew and to stop fiddling with everything else. This way of thinking, called monetarism, along with Friedman's broader faith in free markets and his deep distrust of government, became enormously influential, and it helped swing the whole conversation away from Keynes and back toward the older idea that the government should mostly get out of the way. The job of actually killing the inflation of the 70s fell to the head of the Federal Reserve, a tall, cigar-smoking man named Paul Volcker, and what he did was brutal and effective. Volcker decided that to break inflation, he had to choke off the money supply hard. And the way a central bank does that is by raising interest rates, which makes borrowing more expensive, which slows down spending and investment across the whole economy. He pushed interest rates up to staggering heights, around 20%, numbers that seem almost unbelievable today, and the medicine worked the way medicine sometimes does, by nearly killing the patient first. The economy crashed into a severe recession. Unemployment shot up painfully, businesses failed, and Volcker was hated for it, but he held the line. And the inflation that had tormented the country for a decade finally broke and came down, and stayed down for a long time afterward. It was a hard lesson in the raw power of interest rates that the central bank, just by changing the price of borrowing, can deliberately slam the brakes on the entire economy. Around the same time, two leaders rose to power who turned these free market ideas into a whole political program: Ronald Reagan in America and Margaret Thatcher in Britain. And the era they launched is often called neoliberalism. The core moves were cutting taxes, especially on the wealthy and on businesses, on the theory that this would free up money to invest and that the benefits would eventually trickle down to everyone else. Stripping away government regulations on businesses to let them operate more freely, selling off government-owned companies and industries into private hands, and weakening the labor unions that had given workers a lot of their bargaining power during the post-war boom. The believers say this unleashed a wave of growth, innovation, and efficiency, and pulled economies out of the 70s slump. The critics say it is a big part of why the gap between the rich and everyone else, which had been shrinking, started widening again and has kept widening ever since, and why the wages of ordinary workers stopped climbing the way they used to. Both sides have real evidence, and which story you believe shapes a huge amount of how you see the world we live in right now, because in many ways we are all still living inside the economy that this era built. While the West argued about how much government was too much, the world also ran an enormous experiment on the opposite end of the scale, in the form of the Soviet Union and its system of central planning. And that experiment came to a dramatic end. In a centrally planned economy, the government does not let prices in markets decide what gets made. Instead, a central authority draws up a plan deciding how much steel, how many shoes, how much bread the whole country will produce, and orders the factories to make it. In theory, this sounds orderly and fair. No chaotic markets, no booms and busts, everyone provided for. In practice, it ran into a problem that an economist named Friedrich Hayek had pointed at years before, which is that the information needed to run an economy well, the millions of tiny facts about what people actually want and what things actually cost and where the shortages are, is scattered across millions of minds and constantly changing, and no central office, however clever, can ever gather it all up fast enough to plan well. So the plan economies were plagued by shortages of things people wanted and gluts of things nobody did, by factories making goods to hit a number in the plan rather than goods anyone would buy, and the system grew stiff and wasteful and fell further and further behind the West, until in 1991 the Soviet Union collapsed, and with it the largest attempt ever made to run a modern economy without markets. And just as one giant experiment ended, another giant economy was slowly turning in the opposite direction, which was China. For decades after its own revolution, China had run a strict, planned economy and stayed poor. But starting in the late 1970s, a leader named Deng Xiaoping began carefully opening the door to markets, telling his country in a phrase often attributed to him that it did not matter whether a cat was black or white as long as it caught mice, meaning it did not matter whether an idea was officially communist or capitalist, as long as it actually made people richer. China let farmers sell their surplus, allowed private businesses to grow, set up special zones where foreign companies could come in and build factories, and slowly turned itself into the workshop of the world, the place where an enormous share of everything you own was made. The result was the single largest and fastest escape from poverty in all of human history, with hundreds of millions of people lifted from real hardship into something far more comfortable over a few decades. It is a genuinely staggering achievement, and it was built on a strange hybrid, a tight political grip held by the same party that runs the planned system, sitting on top of a roaring market economy, a combination nobody's tidy theory had really predicted. Back in the West, the 1990s and early 2000s felt calm and confident, a stretch economists sometimes call the Great Moderation, because the wild swings seemed to have been tamed. Inflation was low and steady, recessions were mild and short, and there was a widespread belief, looking back almost embarrassingly overconfident, that the big problems of economics had basically been solved and that smart central bankers could keep the machine humming along smoothly forever. There was one notable hiccup, the dot-com bubble, where excitement about the new internet sent the stock prices of technology companies soaring to crazy heights. Many of them companies that made no profit and had no real plan to purely on the belief that the internet would change everything, which it did, just not in time to save most of those particular companies. And when that bubble popped around the year 2000, it wiped out a lot of paper fortunes. But it was contained, the economy shook it off, and the confidence rolled on, right up until the whole thing walked straight into the biggest financial disaster since the Great Depression. That disaster was the financial crisis of 2008. And to understand it, you have to start with something that seems boring and safe, which is home loans, called mortgages. For a long time, lending someone money to buy a house was considered about the safest kind of lending there was, because the house itself is the backup, and house prices in America had basically always gone up. So, in the years before the crisis, banks and lenders got more and more eager to hand out mortgages, including to people with shaky finances who probably could not really afford them. Loans that came to be called subprime. On its own, that might have been a contained problem. But here is where the cleverness turned poisonous, because the financial industry had worked out how to take thousands of these mortgages, bundle them together into complicated packages, and sell slices of those packages to investors all over the world as if they were safe, solid investments, with official ratings agencies stamping them as low risk. The whole towering structure rested on one assumption: that house prices would keep rising and that people would keep paying their mortgages. And when house prices stopped rising and shaky borrowers started failing to pay, the entire thing began to come apart. And because those toxic bundles had been sold everywhere, the rot was hidden inside banks and funds all across the globe, and nobody was sure who was holding the losses. What followed was the modern version of a bank panic, except instead of crowds lining up outside bank doors, it happened between the giant financial institutions themselves, who suddenly stopped trusting each other and stopped lending to each other because nobody knew who was secretly sitting on a pile of worthless mortgage bundles. The credit that the whole economy runs on, the everyday borrowing and lending that businesses need just to function, started to freeze solid. A huge and ancient Wall Street firm called Lehman Brothers collapsed and was allowed to fail, and that failure sent a wave of pure fear through the system, the financial equivalent of a heart attack. And for a few weeks in 2008, there was a genuine possibility that the entire global banking system could lock up and go down. To stop that, governments and central banks stepped in on a scale never seen before, pouring enormous sums of money into the banks to keep them standing. Bailouts that saved the system but enraged ordinary people, who watched the very institutions that had caused the disaster get rescued with public money, while regular families lost their homes and their jobs and got no rescue at all. The central banks also invented a powerful new tool out of necessity, creating vast amounts of new money and using it to buy up financial assets, a process called quantitative easing, which had never been done at anything like that scale before, and which became a regular part of the toolkit afterward. The decade that followed, 2008, was a strange and uneven recovery, and it shaped the world we are standing in right now. The central banks kept interest rates extremely low, near zero in many places, for years and years, trying to coax the economy back to life, which made borrowing cheap and pushed up the prices of houses and stocks and almost everything you can invest in. The wealthy, who own most of the houses and stocks, did very well out of this, while wages for ordinary workers grew slowly, if at all, and the gap between the top and everyone else, already widening since the neoliberal era began, kept right on widening. A lot of the anger and division you see in politics across the rich world traces back, at least partly, to this long stretch where the economy technically recovered, but huge numbers of people did not feel it recover in their own lives, where the official numbers looked fine, but the lived experience for many was of running hard just to stay in place. The recovery was real on paper and hollow in a lot of homes, and that gap between the chart and the kitchen table mattered enormously. Then, in early 2020, the world hit something no economic model had a clean answer for, which was a pandemic. Governments shut huge parts of their economies down to slow the spread of the virus, telling people to stay home, closing shops and restaurants and factories. And overnight, a chunk of the global economy simply switched off, the sharpest sudden drop most living people had ever seen. To stop this from turning into another Great Depression, governments and central banks reached for the Keynesian playbook and the 2008 playbook at the same time, but bigger, much bigger. They sent money directly to people. They propped up businesses so they would not collapse and lay everyone off. And the central banks created enormous quantities of new money once again. It worked, in the sense that the feared total collapse did not happen, and economies bounced back fast once things reopened, far faster than after 2008. But all that money met a world where the supply of goods was still tangled up, with factories disrupted, ships stuck in the wrong places, and the whole delicate global chain of who makes what and ships it were badly knotted. And so the world got a hard refresher course in the oldest lesson in this whole story, the one the Romans learned with their debased coins and the Spanish learned with their flood of silver, which is that when there is suddenly a lot more money chasing a not much larger pile of goods, prices go up. Inflation, which the rich world had nearly forgotten about for 40 years, came roaring back in 2021 and 2022. And in the United States, it peaked in June of 2022 at about 9% over the previous year, the highest in around 41 years, going back to the early 1980s. The price of food, fuel, rent, and nearly everything else climbed faster than people's wages, which is the part that really hurts, because even if you still have your job, you can feel yourself getting poorer at the grocery store every single week. The war that broke out in Ukraine in 2022 made it worse by driving up the price of energy and grain. And so the central banks did the only thing they really know how to do about inflation, the Volcker move. They raised interest rates sharply to cool the economy down, ending the long era of nearly free money and bringing us more or less to where we are tonight. So that is roughly how we got here, and it is worth pausing to look at the sheer size of the thing we have built, because the numbers are genuinely hard for a human brain to hold. The entire world economy, all the goods and services every country produces in a year added together, is now somewhere around $117 trillion, a number so large it stops meaning anything. The United States alone makes up more than a quarter of that, at roughly $30 trillion a year, with China a clear second at nearly 20 trillion, and then a big drop down to Germany, Japan, and India, each somewhere in the 4 to 5 trillion range. The American government, just to give a sense of how large the borrowing has become, now owes around $39 trillion, and the interest it pays each year on that debt has climbed above $1 trillion on its own, which is more than the country spends on its military. These are the kinds of numbers that get thrown around in the news every day as if they were normal, and they are worth sitting with for a moment, because every single one of those trillions is built out of ordinary people going to work, buying bread, paying rent, and getting on with their lives, stacked up billions of times over into a total that no mind can really picture. Now, having walked through how the whole thing was built, the obvious next question is the one we have been circling the entire time, which is, how does this machine actually work? What is money, really? And where does it actually come from? And why do prices do what they do? And why do economies boom and then crash over and over, no matter how clever everyone gets? So, for the next long stretch, we are going to slow down and take the machine apart piece by piece. And the first piece we have to look at, because everything else is built on top of it, is the strangest and most familiar thing of all, the money itself. So let us start with a question that sounds almost too simple to ask, which is, what is money? You handle it every day, you think about it constantly, and yet when you really push on it, it gets slippery and weird. The honest answer is that money is not a thing at all. It is an agreement, a shared story that an entire society has decided to believe in together. A $20 bill is a small piece of paper that is, in itself, worth almost nothing, and the only reason it can buy you a meal is that you believe the next person will accept it, and they accept it because they believe the person after them will too, all the way down the line. The numbers in your bank account are even less than paper. They are just entries in a computer, electrical patterns in a machine somewhere, and they have worth for exactly the same reason, because everyone has agreed to treat them as worth something. Money is one of the most powerful technologies humans ever came up with, and it runs entirely on collective belief, which is why a loss of trust in a currency can destroy it so completely and so fast, as those Germans with their wheelbarrows found out. Economists usually say that money does 3 jobs, and understanding these 3 jobs explains a lot about why money matters so much. The first job is being a way to trade, a thing everyone will accept in exchange for goods, so that you do not have to find someone who happens to want exactly what you have and also has exactly what you want, which is the awkward problem that pure trading runs into constantly. The second job is being a way to store worth across time, so that you can do work today, get paid, and hold that pay to spend next month or next year, which lets you save and plan, and which is exactly the job that inflation attacks, because inflation slowly eats away the worth of the money you are holding. The third job is being a way to measure and compare, a single yardstick that lets you put a price on wildly different things, a house and a haircut, and an hour of someone's labor and a loaf of bread, all in the same units, so they can be weighed against each other. Anything that does these three jobs well can serve as money, which is why over the centuries people have used cattle and shells and salt and silver and paper, and now mostly just numbers in computers. And that brings us to a fact about modern money that genuinely surprises most people when they first hear it, which is the question of where money actually comes from. The natural assumption is that the government prints it, that somewhere there is a press churning out the nation's money supply. And the government does print the physical notes and coins, but the part that catches people off guard is that those notes and coins are only a small slice of all the money in the economy. The great bulk of it exists only as numbers in bank accounts, and that money is created mostly by ordinary banks, not by the government, and they create it by making loans. When a bank gives you a loan, it does not go and fetch the money from some other saver's account and hand it to you. It simply types the amount into your account as a new number. And at that moment, new money has come into being that did not exist a second before. The loan itself creates the money, which is sometimes hard to believe the first time you hear it, but it is how the system genuinely works. And it means that most of the money in the modern world was conjured into existence by banks issuing loans, and it vanishes again when those loans are paid back. Now, if banks can just type money into existence whenever they make a loan, the obvious worry is what stops them from creating an infinite amount of it. And the answer is a set of brakes that hold the whole thing in check. A bank cannot lend recklessly forever because every loan it makes is a bet that the borrower will pay it back. And if too many borrowers fail to pay, the bank itself collapses. So the fear of losing its own money holds it back. On top of that, the rules require banks to hold a certain cushion of safe money against their loans, so they cannot lend out endlessly. And most importantly, sitting above all the ordinary banks is the central bank, which controls the ultimate supply of money and sets the price of borrowing for the entire system. So the picture is a layered one. Ordinary banks creating most of the everyday money by lending, held in check by their own fear of bad loans and by the rules, and the central bank above them all, with its hands on the master controls, able to make borrowing cheaper or more expensive across the whole economy, which speeds up or slows down how much money the banks create. It is a strange, layered, slightly precarious arrangement, and it is the plumbing underneath every dollar you will ever touch. With money sorted out, we can move to the engine that actually decides what gets made and what everything costs. And that engine is the meeting of supply and demand. These two words get thrown around so much that they have almost lost their meaning. So let us slow them right down. Demand is just how much of something people want to buy at a given price. And the basic pattern is that the cheaper a thing is, the more people will want it. And the more expensive it is, the fewer. Supply is the mirror image. how much of something the people who make it are willing to produce at a given price. And the pattern there runs the other way, because the higher the price they can get, the more eager they are to make and sell it. So you have buyers who want low prices and sellers who want high prices, pulling in opposite directions, and the price settles at the point where these two forces balance, where the amount people want to buy exactly matches the amount sellers want to make. That balancing point is the price you see on the shelf, and it is not set by any person or committee. It emerges from the tug of war between everyone buying and everyone selling. The genuinely beautiful and slightly mind-bending part of this is what prices actually are, once you understand them, because a price is far more than a number. It is a piece of information, a signal that carries news across the whole economy without anyone having to send a message. Say, a frost wipes out a lot of the coffee crop one year. Suddenly, coffee is scarce, so its price rises, and that higher price calmly tells everyone in the world exactly what they need to know, without any of them knowing why. It tells coffee drinkers to maybe cut back a little or switch to tea. It tells coffee growers in other places that there is good money to be made, so they should plant more. It tells shops to be careful with their stock. Nobody had to understand the frost. Nobody had to be in charge. The single rising number did the work of coordinating millions of people, all responding to the same signal in their own self-interested way. And the shortage gets handled. This is what that economist Hayek was getting at when he argued that no central planner could ever run an economy as well as prices can, because the price system gathers up and broadcasts more information than any office ever could, and it does it instantly and for free, just by people reacting to numbers. And this is why competition matters so much, and why monopolies are such a problem, because the whole magic of prices only works when sellers are competing for your business. When there are many bakers, a baker who charges too much or makes bad bread loses out to the others. So every baker is pushed to keep prices fair and quality high, not out of kindness, but out of fear of the competition. And that pressure is what protects you as a buyer. But when one company controls everything, that pressure vanishes. The price stops being an honest signal and becomes whatever the monopoly wants to charge. And the quality can slide, because where else are you going to go? So competition is much more than some nice feature of markets. It is the thing that makes the whole price system trustworthy, and protecting competition, keeping any one player from getting too dominant, is one of the main jobs a government takes on if it wants markets to actually work for ordinary people rather than against them. Now, all of this producing and trading rests on the idea we met way back with Adam Smith and his pins, the idea of specialization, and it is worth seeing how completely it runs the modern world. You, sitting there listening to this, almost certainly do one fairly narrow kind of work, And with the money you earn from that one narrow thing, you buy food you did not grow, clothes you did not sew, a phone you could not build in 1,000 years, and electricity you have no idea how to generate. Every single person is doing this, each focused on their own narrow slice and trading the results, and the total output of everyone specializing and swapping is unimaginably greater than it would be if each of us had to make everything we needed alone. This is the deepest reason the modern world is rich, not because we work harder than our ancestors, who often worked themselves to death, but because we have sliced up the work into millions of specialized pieces and woven them back together through trade, and the same logic that makes a pin factory efficient is what makes an entire global economy of 8 billion people possible. When you scale that idea up from people to whole countries, you get back to Ricardo's comparative advantage, the idea that countries should each focus on what they are relatively best at and trade for the rest. A country with a lot of sun and land might grow food cheaply. A country with a lot of educated engineers might build complicated machines. A country with cheap labor might assemble goods. And when each focuses on its strength and trades, the total amount of stuff produced in the world is larger, and everyone can have more than they could alone. This is the economic case for free trade between nations, and for a long stretch it was treated almost as settled wisdom, the obvious smart thing to do. But it has a hard edge that the tidy theory glosses over, which is that even if a country as a whole gains from trade, the specific people inside it can lose badly. The factory worker whose job moves overseas to a country that can do it cheaper does not feel comforted by the fact that the nation's total wealth went up because his own slice of it just disappeared. And a lot of the political anger about globalization in recent years grows directly out of that gap between the gain for the whole and the loss for the particular town or the particular worker left behind. Let us bring it down to the level where most of this actually happens, which is the business, the firm, the company, because that is where production really takes place. A business, stripped to its bones, is a group of people and machines organized to take some inputs, raw materials, labor, energy, ideas, and turn them into something worth more than the inputs cost. And that difference, what is left after you pay for everything, is the profit. Profit gets talked about as if it were either pure greed or pure virtue, depending on who is talking. But at its core, it is just the signal that a business is creating worth, that people value what comes out more than the cost of what went in. And it is also the reward that makes anyone bother to take the risk of starting and running the thing in the first place. The pursuit of profit is the engine that drives businesses to make what people want, to do it efficiently, and to keep trying new things. And it is also, when it runs unchecked, the same engine that drives businesses to cut corners, to underpay, to pollute, and to crush competitors, which is exactly why the argument over how much to let businesses do whatever makes the most profit and how much to rein them in never ends. On the other side of the business sits labor, the work that people do, and the price of that work is wages, and the market for labor is one of the most important and most emotionally charged markets there is, because it is not abstract, it is your life. In the simplest version of the story, wages are set by supply and demand, just like anything else, where the demand is how much employers want workers, and the supply is how many people want jobs, and the wage settles where they meet. If a particular skill is rare and badly needed, the people who have it can command high pay. And if a kind of work can be done by almost anyone, the pay for it tends to be low, because employers have so many people to choose from. But labor is not really like other markets, because a worker cannot just sit out a low price the way a seller can hold back a product. People need to eat and pay rent now, which puts them at a disadvantage against employers who can usually wait longer, and that imbalance is a big part of why workers banded together into unions to bargain as a group, and why governments set minimum wages and rules about working conditions. The story of labor is the story of that ongoing push and pull over how the worth that work creates gets split between the people who own the businesses and the people who do the work. Closely tied to wages is the thing everyone fears, which is unemployment, being without a job, and it is worth understanding that economists see a few different kinds, because not all joblessness is the same. Some unemployment is just a normal churn of people moving between jobs, leaving one and looking for the next, which is mostly healthy and unavoidable. Some comes from a mismatch, where the jobs that exist need skills that the people looking for work do not have, which is what happens when an industry dies in a region and leaves a lot of people with skills nobody needs anymore. And the kind that does the most damage is the kind Keynes worried about, where there are simply not enough jobs to go around because the whole economy has slumped and businesses are not hiring, which is what turns a recession into a misery. A small amount of unemployment is normal, even in a good economy, and economists even talk about a natural rate below which they think you cannot push it without causing other problems. But mass unemployment, the kind where willing workers cannot find any work at all, is one of the most destructive things an economy can do to people, not just for the lost income, but for the loss of purpose and dignity that comes with it. So we have prices and businesses and workers all whirring away, and naturally people want a way to measure how the whole enormous machine is doing, a single number to capture whether the economy is growing or shrinking, and the number they landed on is called gross domestic product, which everyone just shortens to GDP. The idea is to add up the worth of everything a country produces in a year, every car and haircut and meal and surgery and song and sack of grain, all of it into one giant total, and then watch whether that total grows or shrinks from year to year. When you hear that an economy grew by 2%, that is GDP, and a growing GDP generally means more stuff is being made, more people have jobs, and the country is getting richer in the rough average. It became, over the 20th century, the main scoreboard for how a nation is doing, the number that governments rise and fall on, and that the whole world watches. But GDP is a strange and flawed measure once you look closely, and it is worth knowing what it leaves out, because that tells you something about what the economy notices and what it ignores. It counts a thing only if money changes hands. So a parent who stays home and raises their children and cooks every meal and cleans the house, doing work that is genuinely valuable, adds nothing to GDP, while if that same work were paid for, a nanny, a cook, a cleaner, it would suddenly count even though the actual work done is the same. It treats a lot of damage as growth, because if a hurricane flattens a city and then it all gets rebuilt, the rebuilding shows up as GDP going up, as if the disaster made the country richer. It says nothing about how the wealth is shared. So a country where a tiny few have nearly everything, and a country where it is spread evenly, can show the exact same GDP, and it says nothing about whether people are actually happy or healthy, or whether the growth is chewing up the natural world it depends on. So GDP is genuinely useful as a rough measure of how much economic activity is happening, but treating it as the measure of how well a society is actually doing is a mistake, and a lot of thoughtful people have spent a long time trying to come up with better scoreboards, with only partial success, because the thing is genuinely hard to measure. Now we come to the thing that has haunted this entire story from the Roman coins onward, which is inflation, and it deserves a proper slow look because it shapes everything and confuses almost everyone. Inflation just means that prices, on average, across the whole economy are rising over time, so that the same money buys less than it used to, and a mild, steady amount of it is considered normal and even healthy, with most central banks aiming for somewhere around 2% a year. The deep cause underneath all the particular stories comes back to that ancient lesson: too much money chasing too few goods. If the amount of money in an economy grows much faster than the amount of stuff that money can buy, then each unit of money is competing against more of itself for the same goods, and prices climb to sort it out, which is exactly what the Romans triggered, what the Spanish silver triggered, what the German printing presses triggered, and what the pandemic money triggered. The other route to inflation is a sudden shock to supply, like the oil price spikes, where the goods themselves become scarcer or more expensive to produce, and the cost ripples out through everything. The reason inflation matters so much, beyond just being annoying at the shop, is that it slowly redistributes wealth and punishes certain people while rewarding others, all without anyone deciding it should. It is hardest on people who hold their wealth as plain money or as savings, because the worth of that money melts away, and it is hardest on people whose incomes do not keep up, like retirees on a fixed pension, or workers whose wages rise slower than prices, who simply get poorer week by week through no fault of their own. Strangely, it can actually help people who owe a lot of money, because if you borrowed a sum and then inflation cuts the worth of money in half, the amount you owe is now much easier to pay back, which is one reason governments that owe enormous debts are sometimes secretly not too unhappy to see a bit of inflation eat away at what they owe. The opposite of inflation, called deflation, where prices actually fall over time, sounds wonderful at first, cheaper everything, but it is feared even more by economists, because if people expect prices to keep falling, they stop spending and wait for the lower price, which means businesses sell less, cut wages and jobs, which means people spend even less, in the same kind of downward spiral that made the Great Depression so deep. So a little inflation is the goal, and falling prices is the nightmare. The job of keeping inflation under control and keeping the whole machine running smoothly falls mainly to the central bank, and we have met it several times now. So let us look properly at how it actually steers the economy, because it does it with one main lever: the interest rate. The central bank can make borrowing across the whole economy cheaper or more expensive by setting a key interest rate, and changing that one number ripples outward into everything. When the economy is weak and they want to wake it up, they cut interest rates, which makes loans cheaper. So businesses borrow to invest and expand. People borrow to buy houses and cars. Spending rises across the board, and the economy speeds up. When the economy is running too hot and prices are rising too fast, they raise interest rates, which makes borrowing expensive. So businesses and people borrow and spend less. Demand cools off, and the rise in prices slows down, which is exactly the brutal medicine Volcker used to break the inflation of the 70s, and that central banks reached for again in 2022. The whole thing works through this chain, from one interest rate set in a meeting room, out through the banks, into the cost of every loan, and finally into how much everyone in the country spends. This power the central bank has is called monetary policy, working through money and interest rates, and it has a partner, a different and often clumsier set of tools held by the government itself, called fiscal policy, working through taxing and spending. When the government wants to boost a weak economy, it can spend more, building things and hiring people and sending money to citizens, putting demand directly into the economy the Keynesian way. Or it can cut taxes so people have more money to spend themselves. When it wants to cool things down or pay down debt, it can spend less or tax more. The two sets of tools, the central bank's interest rates and the government's taxing and spending, are the two main ways the people in charge try to manage the economy, and they do not always pull in the same direction. Sometimes the government is trying to speed things up while the central bank is trying to slow them down, and a lot of economic drama is really these two great levers being pulled by different hands with different goals. Once you mention the government spending more than it takes in, you arrive at one of the most argued about topics in the whole field, which is government debt. And it is worth being clear and calm about it because there is an enormous amount of heat and not much light around it usually. When a government spends more in a year than it collects in taxes, the gap is called the deficit, and it covers that gap by borrowing, mostly by selling bonds, which are basically promises to pay the money back later with interest, and all those yearly deficits piled up over time add up to the total debt, the $39 trillion America now owes. Now, government debt is genuinely not the same as a household's debt, even though the comparison gets made constantly, because a government that controls its own currency can do things you cannot, like create more of its own money, and it does not have to ever fully pay the debt off the way you eventually must. It can just keep rolling it over, borrowing new money to pay back the old as it comes due, as long as people keep trusting it enough to keep lending. So the debt is not automatically a crisis the way it would be for a person. But it is not free either, because the interest on it has to be paid every year. And as we saw, that interest bill has now climbed above $1 trillion a year for America, money that then cannot be spent on anything else. And if lenders ever lose faith that they will be paid back, they demand higher interest to keep lending, which can spiral. So the debate is really about where the line is, how much is too much, and nobody actually knows exactly where that line sits, which is why the argument never ends. Now we come to the great recurring heartbeat of the whole system, the thing that has shown up again and again in our history, the way economies do not grow smoothly, but instead boom and then bust, boom and then bust, in what is called the business cycle. The pattern goes like this, that when times are good, people and businesses feel confident. They borrow and spend and invest, which makes times even better, which makes everyone even more confident. And the boom feeds on itself and often floats up into something a little crazy. The tulip bulbs, the 1920s stocks, the 2008 houses, where prices and borrowing detach from anything sensible. Then something pricks the bubble. Confidence flips to fear. People and businesses pull back, stop spending, stop borrowing, try to pay down their debts all at once. And the bust feeds on itself the same way the boom did, in that downward spiral we keep coming back to until things get cheap enough and fear fades enough that the cycle slowly turns and begins to climb again. The booms and the busts are not a sign that something has gone wrong with the machine. They appear to be built into how it runs, a kind of mood swing of the whole society between greed and fear, and a huge amount of what central banks and governments do is try to smooth out these swings, to soften the booms before they get dangerous, and to cushion the busts before they get catastrophic, with very mixed success. A recession, which is the name for the bust part of the cycle, the stretch where the economy is actually shrinking instead of growing, is worth understanding from the inside because it is one of those things that is far more than the sum of its numbers. On paper, a recession is just a few months of falling output, but on the ground, it is a chain of fear, where a business worried about the future lays off some workers to be safe, and those workers, now scared and short of money, cut their own spending right down, which means the businesses they used to buy from lose sales. So those businesses lay off their workers too, and the fear and the cutting back ripple outward through the whole society, each careful, sensible, individual decision adding up to a collective disaster, the paradox of thrift playing out in real time. This is why recessions are so hard to escape on their own, and why Keynes argued the government has to step in and spend when everyone else is too frightened to break the spiral by being the one buyer still buying. And it is why almost every government now does some version of that. When a recession hits, whatever they say about free markets in the good times, underneath all of this, steadily making the booms bigger and the busts deeper, is debt. And it is worth spending a moment on how central debt really is to the whole modern machine, because it is far more than just something people get into trouble with. Debt is, at its core, a way of moving money through time, of pulling future earnings into the present so you can buy a house or build a factory now and pay for it later out of what you will earn. And used well, it is enormously productive. It lets a young family have a home decades before they could ever save up the full price. It lets a good business expand faster than its own profits would allow. It lets a country build roads and schools that pay off for generations. But debt has a dark side built into it, which is that it amplifies everything, the swings of the business cycle most of all, because in the good times, everyone borrows to buy more, which pumps the boom up higher. And in the bad times, everyone is stuck owing money they can no longer easily pay, which makes them cut back harder and makes the bust deeper. And a great deal of the worst economic pain in history, including 2008, comes down to too much debt piling up in the good years and then turning into a crushing weight when the mood turns. Money and debt are almost the same thing seen from two sides, since, as we saw, most money is created as debt in the first place, which means the whole system runs on a giant web of promises to pay, and the health of the economy is really the health of that web of promises. We keep mentioning bonds, so let us slow down on them, because the bond market is the largest and most important financial market in the world, and almost nobody outside of finance pays it any attention, which is a little funny given how much it really runs. A bond is simply a loan you can buy when a government or a big company needs to borrow a large sum. Instead of going to a single bank, it issues bonds, little slices of the loan, and sells them to investors, promising to pay them back at a set date and to pay them interest along the way. And once you own a bond, you can sell it onto someone else. So these promises get traded around constantly. The interest rate a borrower has to offer on its bonds depends on how safe people think it is. So a rock-solid government can borrow cheaply because everyone believes they will be paid back, while a shaky company or a troubled country has to offer much higher interest to tempt anyone to take the risk. And that interest rate is the market's honest opinion of how likely you are to pay your debts. A number that can shift fast and that has toppled governments when it spikes. There is one feature of the bond world worth knowing, because it is one of the few things that has reliably predicted trouble, and it is called the yield curve. Normally, if you lend money for a longer time, you expect more interest, because more can go wrong over a longer wait. So long-term loans usually pay higher rates than short-term ones, which is the natural state of things. But every so often this flips, and lending for a long time pays less than lending for a short time, which sounds backwards and it usually means that investors are so worried about the near future that they are piling into long-term, safe bonds, willing to accept low returns just to lock in safety, while demanding high returns to part with their money in the scary short term. This flip, called an inverted yield curve, has come before nearly every recent recession, like a strange early warning bell that rings out from deep inside the bond market when the smart money starts getting frightened, and economists watch it nervously, even though it does not always get the timing right. The financial market that everyone actually does pay attention to, of course, is the stock market, and it is worth being clear about what it really is, because it gets treated as a kind of mysterious national mood ring, when the truth is more concrete. A share of stock is a tiny piece of ownership in a real company, and when you buy one, you literally own a sliver of that business, entitled to a sliver of its profits and its future. The stock market is just a place where these slivers of ownership get bought and sold, and the price of a company's stock reflects what the crowd of buyers and sellers collectively believes that company is worth, taking into account not just what it earns now, but what they think it will earn far into the future. This is why stock prices can swing so wildly on news, because they are really bets on the future, and the future keeps changing its mind. The stock market matters for the wider economy because it is how companies raise money to grow, by selling ownership to the public, and because such a large share of people's savings and pensions are now tied up in it. So when it crashes, it can wipe out wealth and spread fear far beyond Wall Street. But it is worth remembering that the stock market is not the economy. It is a noisy, emotional, forward-looking bet on the economy, and the two can drift quite far apart, with stocks soaring while ordinary people struggle, or crashing while the real economy plods along fine. Now, let us step back out to the level of whole countries trading with each other. Because the modern economy is not really a set of separate national machines. It is one tangled global machine, and the threads that tie it together are international trade and the money that flows across borders. When one country buys more from abroad than it sells, the difference has to be settled somehow. And this is where exchange rates come in. The price of one country's money measured in another's, the number that says how many of your dollars it takes to buy a euro or a yen. These exchange rates used to be fixed, locked in place under systems like Bretton Woods. But since that broke down, most of the big currencies now float, meaning their prices against each other bob up and down constantly based on trade, on investment flowing in and out, on interest rates, and on what traders believe will happen next. A currency getting stronger makes a country's imports cheaper, but its exports more expensive and harder to sell. And a currency getting weaker does the opposite, which means the value of a nation's money is tangled up with the health of its industries in ways that politicians fret over endlessly, sometimes even accusing each other of deliberately pushing their currency down to give their exporters an unfair edge. The deep weaving together of the world's economies that happened over the last few decades is what people mean by globalization, and it has been one of the most powerful forces shaping ordinary lives, for better and for worse, in living memory. The basic story is that as shipping got cheap and reliable, as communication got instant, and as trade barriers came down, companies discovered they could spread their production across the entire planet, designing a thing in one country, making the parts in several others, wherever it was cheapest, assembling it in another, and selling it everywhere, all stitched together into vast supply chains that span the globe. A single modern gadget might contain pieces and materials from dozens of countries before it reaches you, and most of the time, this enormous, invisible, beautifully coordinated dance works so smoothly that nobody notices it at all until something breaks. The pandemic was when a lot of people noticed for the first time, when these supply chains tangled and suddenly there were shortages of things nobody expected, and a whole generation got a quick education in just how dependent their comfortable lives were on an intricate global web they had never thought about. When ships and ports and factories on the far side of the world that everything secretly rested on. Globalization made the world as a whole much richer and pulled enormous numbers of people out of poverty, especially in countries like China that became the world's factories, and it made goods cheaper for everyone. But it also created sharp losers, and ignoring them was a serious mistake. When a factory in a rich country closed because the work could be done more cheaply somewhere else, the country as a whole gained from the cheaper goods, but the workers in that particular factory and the town built around it often lost everything and never recovered. And the comfortable assurance from economists that the overall gains outweighed the losses, did nothing for the people actually living in the hollowed out towns. A great deal of the political turmoil of recent years, the backlash against trade deals and against globalization itself, grows directly out of that wound, out of the gap between the winners, who got cheaper televisions and bigger investment returns, and the losers, who got a boarded up Main Street and a sense that the people in charge did not care, and any honest account of globalization has to hold both the staggering gains and the real, concentrated, lasting pain at the same time. This brings us to one of the heaviest topics in the whole subject and one of the most argued over, which is inequality, the gap between the people at the top and everyone else, because how the wealth gets shared is at least as important as how much there is. Some inequality seems both natural and even useful, because if everyone earned exactly the same no matter what they did, there would be little reason to work hard, take risks, or do the difficult, unpleasant jobs. So most people accept that those who work harder or take bigger risks or have rarer skills should be able to earn more. The argument is about how big the gap should be and how it comes about, and the worry that has grown louder over the past few decades is that the gap in many rich countries has stretched extraordinarily wide, with an ever larger share of all the wealth gathering at the very top while the middle stagnates, which is exactly the trend that reversed during the post-war boom and then came roaring back in the neoliberal era. There is a force underneath this that some economists point to, the simple fact that money already saved and invested tends to grow faster than wages from working do, which means that over time, if nothing pushes against it, those who own a lot of wealth pull steadily further ahead of those who only have their labor to sell, and wealth concentrates more and more in the hands of those who already have it, which is uncomfortably close to the thing Marx was worried about a century and a half ago. Why does this gap matter beyond just seeming unfair? And here there are some genuinely practical reasons, not only moral ones, that even people who do not care about fairness tend to worry about. When too much of the wealth pools at the top, ordinary people have less to spend, and since the economy runs on spending, an economy where most people are squeezed can struggle to grow, because a rich person with an extra $1 million will not buy $1 million more of bread and shoes, while that same money spread across many ordinary families would mostly get spent and would keep businesses humming. Extreme inequality also tends to corrode the trust and the sense of fairness that a society needs to hold together, feeding anger and division and the feeling that the game is rigged, which spills over into politics in ways that can get genuinely dangerous, as history has shown more than once. And it can harden into something self-perpetuating, where the children of the wealthy get the best schooling, the best connections, and a head start that has nothing to do with their own effort, so that the gap stops being about merit at all and just becomes about who your parents were, which is the opposite of the fair, open competition that markets are supposed to be about. So, inequality is not only an argument about fairness, it is an argument about whether the economy and the society can keep working well at all. Now, we have been talking as if markets, left to compete, mostly get things right, and a great deal of the time they genuinely do. But it is important to be honest that there are whole categories of things markets handle badly or not at all. And economists have names for these failures because understanding them is half the case for why governments exist in the economy at all. The first big one is called an externality, which is when the price of something does not capture all of its true costs or benefits. And the classic example is pollution. A factory that dumps its waste into a river makes its products cheaply, and the price you pay reflects that cheapness. But the real cost, the poisoned water, the sickness downstream, the ruined fishing, is paid by other people who had no say in it, and it never shows up in the price at all. The market, left alone, will happily keep producing the cheap polluting thing because the people making the decision do not bear the full cost. And this is not a flaw in any one greedy person. It is a flaw in the price signal itself, which is blind to costs that fall on outsiders, and fixing it generally requires something outside the market. A government putting a price on the pollution or banning it outright to force the true cost back into the picture. The second big failure is the problem of public goods, which are things that everyone benefits from, but that nobody has an incentive to pay for on their own, and they are a genuinely tricky puzzle. Think about something like national defense, or street lighting, or clean air. The strange thing about these is that once they exist, everyone gets the benefit whether or not they paid. You cannot light the street for only the people who chipped in. The light falls on everyone. So each individual person has every reason to sit back and hope someone else pays for it. And if everyone reasons that way, the thing never gets made at all, even though everyone wants it. The market simply cannot produce these things well, because there is no way to sell them to individuals, and no way to make the freeloaders pay, which is one of the oldest and strongest arguments for why you need a government that can collect taxes from everyone and provide the things that benefit everyone, but that no business could ever profitably sell. A closely related trouble is what gets called the tragedy of the commons, where a shared resource that no one owns, a fishing ground, a forest, the atmosphere, gets used up and ruined because each person grabbing their share gains the whole benefit themselves, while the cost of the damage is spread across everyone. So everyone keeps grabbing until the shared thing collapses, even though all of them would have been better off holding back. There is one more kind of market trouble worth naming, because it is everywhere once you start looking, and that is the problem of bad or unequal information. Markets are supposed to work because buyers and sellers both know what they are dealing with, but very often one side knows far more than the other, and that imbalance can wreck the whole exchange. The person selling a used car knows whether it is a lemon and the buyer does not. The company selling a complicated financial product understands it far better than the customer. The patient cannot judge the doctor's advice the way the doctor can. When one side can hide what they know, trust breaks down. Good sellers can get driven out by bad ones who cut corners, and the market can fail even though everyone is behaving rationally. Which is why we end up needing rules, forcing companies to disclose things, labels on food, inspections, licenses, and all the other machinery that exists mostly to try to even out who knows what, so that the market can actually function instead of collapsing into mutual suspicion. So once you put all these failures together, the pollution, the public goods, the shared resources getting wrecked, the lopsided information, plus the monopolies and the savage swings of the business cycle, you start to see why almost no country on earth actually runs a pure free market, and why the real argument is never really about markets versus government in the absolute. It is about the mix. On one far end of the scale, you have the dream of the pure free market, where the government does almost nothing and lets competition and prices handle everything, which has never fully existed anywhere and which runs straight into all those failures we just walked through. On the other far end, you have the fully planned economy, where the government decides everything and markets are abolished, which the Soviet Union tried and which fell apart on the impossibility of any central office knowing enough to plan well. And every actual country in the real world lives somewhere in the vast middle ground between those two extremes, running what is honestly called a mixed economy, with markets doing most of the heavy lifting of producing and pricing and trading, but with the government stepping in to provide the public goods, to rein in the monopolies, to soften the busts, to catch people who fall, and to force the true costs of things like pollution back into the picture. The whole sprawling, endless political argument that fills the news every single day, between left and right, between more government and less, is really just an argument about where exactly in that middle ground a country should sit, how much market and how much government, and there is no final answer to it, only an endless negotiation that swings back and forth across the generations as the failures of too much government and the failures of too little keep taking turns, reminding everyone why the other side had a point. It is worth being fair and clear about the genuine strengths of each side, because the argument has gone on so long precisely because both sides are pointing at something true. The case for leaning toward markets is strong and has a lot of history behind it, because markets, through that price signal and through competition, have proven astonishingly good at figuring out what people want and getting it made and improved, far better than any committee. And the explosion of wealth and the escape from age-old poverty that we walked through earlier happened overwhelmingly in places that embraced markets. So anyone who waves markets away as mere greed is ignoring the single greatest engine of rising living standards the species has ever built. And the case for leaning toward government is equally real, because markets left fully alone produce all those failures. They let monopolies form, they let pollution run wild, they let inequality stretch until society frays. They swing into brutal busts that crush ordinary people, and the gentlest, most prosperous, most stable societies that have ever existed are not the ones with the least government, but the ones that found a workable balance, strong markets producing the wealth, and a capable government spreading enough of it around and catching enough of the failures to keep the whole thing humane and stable. Both of those things are true at once, which is exactly why the argument is so hard and so permanent, and why anyone selling you a simple answer in either direction is selling you something. So that, in a long, slow sweep, is roughly how the machine works, from the strange shared belief that is money, up through prices and competition and businesses and labor, to the great levers of interest rates and government spending, through the heartbeat of boom and bust, out to the global web of trade, and finally to the failures that no market can fix on its own, and the endless argument about the mix. Which leaves us with the last and most uncertain part of the whole story, the part where the facts run out and the guessing begins, which is where all of this might be heading. So, for this final stretch, let us turn and look forward at the forces that are starting to reshape the economy right now, and at the genuinely hard questions about what the next few decades might bring, keeping in mind that anyone who tells you they know the future of the economy for certain is, gently, not to be trusted. The biggest force bearing down on the future of the economy, the one that has people both excited and frightened, is the rise of the machines, the steady march of automation and now artificial intelligence into more and more of the work that humans used to do. This is not a new worry. It is the oldest worry in industrial history, going right back to the workers who smashed the new weaving machines 200 years ago, because the machines were taking their jobs, and every wave of new technology since has sparked the same fear that this time the machines would leave people with nothing to do. And every time so far, the fear has been wrong in a particular way, because the machines did destroy huge numbers of specific jobs. The people who used to do those exact tasks really did lose them. But the overall economy ended up creating even more new jobs that nobody had imagined before, as the wealth the machines created got spent on new things that needed new workers. The farm jobs vanished and office jobs appeared. The factory jobs shrank and service jobs grew. And through all of it there was, in the end, more than enough work to go around, just different work than before. The question hanging over the future is whether artificial intelligence is just the next wave in that long pattern, where it destroys some jobs and creates others, and we all adjust as we always have, or whether it is something genuinely different this time, and honest people disagree sharply about which it is. The reason something it might be different is that the earlier machines mostly replaced human muscle, doing the physical work faster and stronger than a person could, while leaving the thinking to us. But the new machines are starting to replace human thinking itself, reading, writing, analyzing, deciding, the very things that the new jobs always used to depend on. If the machines can increasingly do the thinking work too, the worry goes, then there may not be the same safe, higher ground for displaced workers to climb to, the way farmhands once climbed into offices. The optimists answer that we have heard exactly this every single time and been wrong every single time, that human wants are endless and we will always find new things for people to do, and that the new technology will make everyone so much more productive and the world so much richer that the gains will more than make up for the disruption, with some estimates suggesting artificial intelligence could add many trillions of dollars to the size of the world economy over the coming years. Nobody actually knows who is right, and it is genuinely one of the great open questions of our time, the kind that will only be settled by living through it. If the machines really do start doing enough of the work that there is not enough left for everyone, one of the ideas that keeps coming up as a possible answer is something called universal basic income, where the government simply gives every single person a regular sum of money, no conditions attached, enough to live on. The appeal is that if the machines are producing all the wealth, you could use some of that wealth to support everyone regardless of whether they have a job, freeing people from the fear of destitution and letting them do other things, care for family, make art, start businesses, study, without the constant grind for survival. The objections are serious too, because it would cost an enormous amount, because some worry it would sap people's drive to work and contribute, and because there is a deep question about whether people need work not just for money, but for meaning and structure and dignity, things a check in the mail does not provide. Small experiments with the idea have been tried in various places, with mixed and much argued over results, and whether it turns out to be the sensible answer to a machine-driven future or an expensive mistake is yet another thing we will only find out by trying. But it is firmly on the table now, in a way it was not a generation ago. Another force reshaping the future, and one that grew straight out of the anger after 2008, is cryptocurrency. And to understand why it exists at all, you have to remember how much of this entire story depends on trust in central authorities, the governments, and the banks. In 2009, in the wake of the financial crisis and the bailouts that enraged so many people, someone using the name Satoshi Nakamoto, whose true identity is still unknown to this day, released something called Bitcoin, and the idea behind it was a direct response to that anger. The pitch was money that needed no government and no bank. Money that ran instead on a clever piece of technology called the blockchain, which is basically a shared record of every transaction copied across thousands of computers all over the world, so that no single authority controls it and no one can secretly change the books, because everyone holds a copy and they all have to agree. Where a government can print as much of its money as it likes, Bitcoin was built with a hard limit baked into its code. Only ever 21 million coins, no more, ever, which its believers see as the whole point. A money that no official can water down the way the Romans watered down their silver. Whether Bitcoin and the thousands of other cryptocurrencies that followed it are the future of money, a clever new kind of digital gold, or a giant speculative bubble destined to mostly collapse, is one of the most heated arguments going, and the honest answer is that it has shown signs of being several of those things at once. Its price has been astonishingly wild, soaring to dizzying heights and then crashing brutally over and over, with a single coin worth almost nothing in its early days and at times worth many tens of thousands of dollars, which makes it a thrilling gamble and a terrible everyday currency, since money that might be worth half as much next month is hard to price a sandwich in. There is a famous early story, often retold, of a man who in the very early days paid 10,000 bitcoins for a couple of pizzas, an amount of coins that would later be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, which captures both the insane gains and the impossibility of using something that volatile as actual money. In recent years, big financial institutions have started treating it more seriously, holding it the way they hold gold, as a thing to store wealth in rather than to buy coffee with. And the total worth of all the cryptocurrencies in the world has climbed into the trillions of dollars, which is real enough that it can no longer be waved away, even by the many serious people who remain deeply skeptical that any of it makes sense. Whatever happens to the wild private cryptocurrencies, the technology underneath them has caught the attention of the very governments and central banks they were meant to bypass. And that has led to a quieter but possibly far more important development: the central bank digital currency. The idea is that a central bank could issue its own official digital money, money that lives purely as numbers in the central bank's own system rather than as physical notes, combining the convenience of digital payments with the backing of the state. And many countries around the world are now seriously studying or testing this. The promised benefits are real, faster and cheaper payments, easier ways to reach people who have no bank account, and tighter control for the central bank over the money supply. But the worries are just as real and run in the opposite direction from everything crypto was supposed to be about, because a fully digital official money could let the government see every single transaction you ever make, eroding the privacy that physical cash naturally protects. And in the wrong hands, a system like that could become a tool of control that no cash economy ever allowed. So, the same technology that started as a rebellion against central authority might end up handing central authority more power than it has ever had, which is the kind of irony this whole story is full of. Now, let us turn to a force that gets far less attention than robots and crypto, but that may reshape the economy more deeply than either, and it is happening slowly and steadily all across the rich world and increasingly beyond it, which is the aging of the population. For the whole of the modern economic era, populations grew, each generation larger than the one before, which meant a steady flow of new young workers coming up to do the work, buy the goods, pay the taxes, and support the older people who had stopped working. But across much of the world, that engine has gone into reverse. Because as countries get richer, people tend to have far fewer children. And combined with people living much longer, you end up with a society that has more and more old people and fewer young workers to support them. This sounds like a gentle, slow demographic fact, but it lands on the economy like a slow moving weight, because the whole arrangement of pensions and healthcare for the old simply assumed there would always be plenty of younger workers paying in, and when that ratio flips, when there are fewer workers carrying more retirees on their shoulders, the math gets very hard, with promises made to the old that the shrinking young may struggle to keep. Countries like Japan are already deep into this, with the shrinking and graying population, and others, including much of Europe, China, and increasingly everywhere, are heading the same way. And it raises questions the economy has never really had to answer before. An economy built on the assumption of growth, of more people and more production every year, has to figure out what to do when the number of people actually starts falling, when there are empty schools and too many big houses and not enough workers to fill the jobs or hands to care for the elderly. Some hope that the very robots and artificial intelligence we just worried about taking jobs will turn out to be the rescue here, doing the work that the missing young workers would have done and caring for the swelling ranks of the old, so that the two great forces cancel each other out in a strange way, the machines arriving just as the workers disappear. Others point out that someone still has to own those machines, and that the gains might pool at the top rather than supporting everyone, and that a society of mostly old people may simply be less dynamic, less inventive, less willing to take the risks that drive an economy forward. China's situation is especially sharp because its decades of breakneck growth happened while it had a huge young workforce, and now it faces growing old before it has fully grown rich. A challenge no large country has ever navigated, and how it handles the coming decades will shape the entire world economy. Then there is the force that may dwarf all the others put together, the one that sits underneath the whole human economy, whether we account for it or not, which is the natural world and the changing climate, and it is. In the language we learned earlier, the greatest externality of all time. Remember the factory dumping waste into the river, where the true cost fell on others and never showed up in the price. The entire modern economy has been doing exactly that, on a planetary scale, for 2 centuries, burning the cheap fossil fuels that powered everything from the steam engines onward, while the true cost, the changing climate, the rising seas, the wilder weather, never showed up in the price of any of it, paid instead by the future and by everyone everywhere. It is the textbook market failure written across the whole sky, and it is so large and so spread out and so far into the future that the ordinary price system is almost helpless against it on its own, because no single buyer or seller bears the cost of their own small part of it. So the market happily keeps producing the cheap, damaging thing, exactly as it did with the river. Fixing an externality this size is one of the hardest economic problems anyone has ever faced, and the tools for it are all imperfect and all hotly argued over. One main idea is to force the hidden cost back into the price by putting a price on carbon, making the things that damage the climate cost more, so that the market signal finally tells the truth, which sounds clean in theory but is brutally hard in practice, because it makes energy more expensive for everyone right now in exchange for benefits that are spread across the whole world and far into the future. And people quite reasonably resist paying more today for a payoff they will not personally see. Another approach leans on the very engine of the economy we have been describing, the way competition and investment drive technology forward, betting that if enough money pours into clean energy, it will simply become cheaper than the dirty kind, at which point the market will switch over on its own, out of pure self-interest, no sacrifice required. And there are real signs of this happening, as the cost of clean power has fallen dramatically. The scale of money involved is staggering, with the investment needed to shift the world's energy running into trillions of dollars every year. And the whole thing has become one of the largest economic projects in human history, a deliberate attempt to rebuild the energy foundations of the entire global economy within a few decades, with the future of a livable planet riding on whether the economic incentives can be lined up fast enough. Alongside the climate question, and tangled up with it, is a quieter shift in the great global machine itself, a partial pulling back from the tight globalization of recent decades, sometimes called de-globalization or reshoring. After the pandemic showed everyone how fragile those long global supply chains could be, and as tensions rose between the big powers, especially between the United States and China, a lot of countries and companies started rethinking the pure logic of making everything wherever it was absolutely cheapest. They began to value having their important things, their medicines, their computer chips, their key supplies made closer to home or among friendly countries, even if it cost more, trading away some of the efficiency that globalization gave us in exchange for security and resilience, the comfort of not depending on a rival or a distant link that could be cut in a crisis. This is a genuine reversal of the direction the world has been moving for decades, and if it continues, it could make goods somewhat more expensive and the world economy somewhat less tightly woven, while making it more stable and less prone to the kind of shock the pandemic delivered, and which way the balance tips, toward the old, open, globalized world or toward a more divided and self-reliant one, is being decided right now in ways that will shape the prices on your shelves for years to come. Underneath these specific forces runs a deeper and stranger question that a growing number of thoughtful people are starting to ask out loud, which is whether the whole core assumption of the modern economy, the assumption of endless growth, can actually continue forever, and whether it even should. Everything we have described, the whole machine, runs on growth, on the economy getting bigger every year, on more being produced and more being consumed, because that is what creates the jobs, pays off the debts, and funds the pensions. And a world without growth, as we saw with the aging populations, throws the whole arrangement into doubt. But growth means using more of the planet's resources and energy, and some argue that on a single finite planet, endless growth in the physical throughput of stuff simply cannot go on without wrecking the natural systems everything depends on, leading to a small but serious movement that questions growth itself, sometimes called degrowth, which argues that the rich world at least should aim not to keep getting bigger, but to get better, to use less and share more, and measure success by something other than the ever-rising GDP we talked about. The mainstream view pushes back hard, pointing out that growth is what lifted billions out of poverty, and that the poor parts of the world, especially, still desperately need more of it, and arguing that growth can be made cleaner, that we can grow in worth and knowledge and services without growing in the physical stuff that strains the planet, so that the goal should be better growth rather than no growth. This is about as deep as the questions get, a genuine clash over what the economy is ultimately for, and it has no answer yet, only a debate that is going to get louder as the century goes on. Before we draw all of this together, there are a few more pieces of the machine worth turning over slowly, parts we have brushed past but that deserve a proper look, because they touch your life as directly as anything we have talked about. And the first of them is taxes, the way the government actually gets the money it spends. A tax is, at the simplest level, the government taking a slice of the economic activity flowing past it, and there are really only a handful of places it can reach in to grab that slice, even though the rules built around them get fiendishly complicated. It can take a cut of what you earn, which is income tax, the biggest source for most rich countries. It can take a cut every time something is bought and sold, which is sales tax, or the value-added tax used across much of the world. It can take a cut of what companies make in profit, and a cut of the value of things people own, like land and houses, and a cut of large fortunes when they pass from the dead to their heirs. Every one of these is a different door into the river of money, and the endless political fights over taxes are really fights over which doors to open wider and which to close, and over who ends up actually paying. The deep argument underneath all tax policy is about fairness and about effects, and the two pull against each other in a way that has no clean resolution. There is a strong case that those who have more should pay a larger share, both because they can afford it more easily, since taking a tenth of a poor family's income hurts far more than taking a tenth of a rich one's, and because a fair society should not let wealth pile up without limit at the top. And this leads to what is called a progressive tax, where the rates climb higher the more you make. But there is an equally real counter-argument that if you tax success and effort and investment too heavily, you blunt the very incentives that make people work hard, take risks, and build the businesses that create the jobs and the wealth in the first place, so that taxing too much can shrink the whole pie, even while it slices it more evenly. Where the right balance lies, how much to tax and whom, is one of those questions that genuinely reasonable people answer differently based on what they value most. And it is at the heart of nearly every election, because in the end, taxes are how a society decides, in hard numbers, who pays for the things it has chosen to do together. Another piece woven all through the economy, so common that it becomes invisible, is the handling of risk and the clever machinery humans built to spread it around, which mostly goes by the name insurance. Life is full of disasters that are rare for any one person, but certain to strike someone. The house that burns, the illness that ruins, the accident that destroys, and any single family hit by one of these can be wiped out entirely, even though across a whole population, only a small fraction will be unlucky in any given year. Insurance is the trick of pooling that risk, where a large group of people each pay a small, bearable amount into a common pot, and the few who actually suffer the disaster get paid out of that pot, so that the unbearable risk to each individual gets transformed into a small, predictable cost spread across everyone. It is, in a way, the same logic as the joint stock company that funded those sailing voyages, spreading a risk too large for one person across many shoulders, and it gently underpins an enormous amount of modern life, because people will only build, invest, lend, and take chances if they know that a single stroke of bad luck will not destroy them, and insurance is what gives them that floor to stand on. The whole vast world of finance, the banking, the investing, the bonds, is at bottom mostly about this, about pricing and moving and spreading risk through time and across people, and getting that wrong, badly mispricing risk and letting it pile up hidden in one place is exactly what blew up the world in 2008. and 8. Now, here is a question that sits underneath this whole story, and that turns out to be one of the hardest in the entire field. A question so big it is easy to walk right past it, which is, why are some countries rich and others poor? Why is it that a child born in one place can expect a long, comfortable, well-fed life with schooling and medicine and opportunity, while a child born somewhere else, through no difference in talent or effort or worth, faces poverty, hunger, and a short, hard life? People have offered all sorts of answers over the years, some of them lazy and some of them ugly, blaming climate or geography or worse. But the answer that holds up best under careful study is less about nature and more about something humans built, which is institutions, the whole invisible web of rules, laws, courts, and customs that shape how an economy can work. The places that grew rich tend to be the places that developed reliable property rights, so that what you build and earn is genuinely yours and cannot simply be seized. Courts that enforce contracts so that strangers can trust each other enough to do business, and governments that, whatever their other faults, did not simply rob and crush their own people's efforts to get ahead. The reasoning runs deep, because all the things we have talked about, the markets, the investment, the specialization, the long chains of trust between strangers, none of it can take root unless people believe their effort will actually pay off and not be stolen, taxed into nothing, or made worthless by chaos. Why would you spend years building a business or plant a crop you will not harvest for months, or lend money to a stranger if a powerful person could take it all on a whim, or if the courts were for sale, or if the money might become worthless next year? In places where the rules protect effort and reward it, people pour their energy into building and creating, and the wealth compounds across generations. And in places where the rules punish or rob effort, people, quite rationally, do not bother, or they hide what they have, or they pour their energy into grabbing rather than making, and the whole society stays poor, not because the people are any less capable, but because the rules they live under choke off the very behavior that creates wealth. This is a hopeful idea in one way, because it means poverty is not destiny, that it comes from arrangements humans made and can therefore be changed. And it is a sobering one in another, because good institutions turn out to be devilishly hard to build and terribly easy to wreck. And a country can take centuries to develop the trust and the rules that let it prosper, and then lose them in a few short years of bad leadership. This connects to one of the quiet tragedies of the developing world, the way debt and the global financial system can trap poor countries rather than lifting them, which brings back those two institutions born at Bretton Woods, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The idea behind them was generous enough to lend money to countries in trouble and to help poor nations develop. But in practice, the relationship has often been fraught because when a poor country borrows heavily, often from richer nations and global lenders, and then runs into trouble, it can find itself trapped, forced to hand over more and more of what little it earns just to pay the interest, with nothing left to build the schools and roads and hospitals that might actually let it grow out of poverty. The loans sometimes came with harsh conditions attached, demands to cut government spending and open up markets, which the lenders argued were necessary medicine, and which critics argued often made the suffering worse and served the interests of the rich world more than the poor borrower. It is a genuinely hard problem with no clean villain, a tangle of real attempts to help, real self-interest, real incompetence, and the simple brutal math of debt. And it is a big part of why the gap between the richest and poorest countries has been so stubborn, so hard to close, even as the world as a whole has grown vastly richer. There is one more humbling thing worth saying about this entire field before we close, and it is something that took economists themselves a surprisingly long time to admit, which is that the whole tidy picture of people as rational calculators, carefully weighing costs and benefits, and always choosing what is best for them, is mostly wrong. For a long time, the models that economists built assumed exactly that. A perfectly logical human who always knows what they want and always acts to get it, because that assumption made the math work cleanly, and it was genuinely useful as a rough sketch. But then a newer branch of the field, studying how people actually behave rather than how the theory says they should, found that real humans are nothing like that clean ideal, that we are riddled with quirks and biases that lead us astray in predictable ways. We fear losing something far more than we enjoy gaining the same thing, so we cling to what we have and avoid sensible risks. We weigh the present enormously more than the future, which is why saving for retirement or for a warming planet is so hard. We are heavily swayed by how a choice is described to us, by what everyone around us is doing, by the most recent thing we saw. We are, in short, not the calculating machines the old theory assumed, and any picture of the economy that forgets this, that treats people as perfectly rational, is going to keep being surprised, because the economy is ultimately made of billions of these gloriously irrational human minds, all nudging and hurting and panicking and hoping together. Let us bring this down to something almost everyone listening has lain awake worrying about at some point, because it is probably the single largest economic fact in most people's lives, and that is housing, the simple problem of having somewhere to live, which has become one of the defining economic struggles of our age. For most ordinary families, a home is by far the biggest thing they will ever buy, the biggest debt they will ever carry, and the biggest store of wealth they will ever hold, which means the price of housing shapes a life more than almost any other number. And across much of the world, especially in the cities where the jobs are, that price has climbed far faster than wages for decades. until in many places a normal home has drifted out of reach of normal people doing normal jobs, something that would have seemed bizarre to the workers of the post-war boom who could buy a house on a single ordinary income. The reasons are a tangle, partly that there are simply not enough homes being built in the places people want to live, held back by rules and by the resistance of existing owners who happen to benefit from scarcity. Partly that all those years of low interest rates we talked about pumped up the price of everything you can own, and partly that housing became something to invest in and speculate on rather than just to live in, with money flowing in from all directions, chasing the steady rise in prices. The trouble with expensive housing runs far deeper than just being annoying, because it slowly rearranges the whole society in ways that compound over time. When homes cost a fortune, the people who already own them grow richer simply by sitting still, while the young and the poor who own nothing are locked out and forced to hand an ever larger share of their wages to landlords just to keep a roof overhead, which leaves them nothing to save and no way to ever catch up. So the gap between the property haves and the property have-nots widens with every passing year, much of it determined not by anyone's effort, but by who happened to buy in time or whose parents could help. It pulls workers away from the booming cities where they are most needed because they cannot afford to live there. It pushes people into longer and longer commutes. It delays the whole arc of life, marriage, children, settling down, for a generation priced out of the stability their parents took for granted. And the deep resentment this breeds has become one of the most powerful and least understood forces in the politics of the rich world. It is, in the end, one more example of the patterns we have already met, of scarcity driving prices, of wealth compounding in the hands of those who already have it, and of a market that works beautifully for some, while failing badly for others, all playing out in the most personal possible arena, the question of where you get to sleep at night. The nature of work itself, the thing most people trade their hours for money doing, is also shifting under our feet, away from the steady arrangement that the post-war boom made feel normal and towards something looser and less certain. For a few decades, the standard deal was a steady job at a single company, often for many years or even a whole career, with a regular wage, set hours, and a bundle of protections and benefits, healthcare, a pension, paid time off, woven around it. That arrangement, which a lot of people still think of as just what a job is, was actually a fairly brief and special moment, and it has been fraying steadily, replaced more and more by temporary work, contract work, and the so-called gig economy, where instead of being employed, you are a kind of tiny, independent business, picking up tasks and rides and deliveries through an app, paid for each small piece of work with none of the old protections wrapped around it. The companies behind this argue it gives people freedom and flexibility, the chance to work when and how they want, and for some, it genuinely does. While critics argue it mostly shifts all the risk and insecurity from the company onto the worker, who now has no steady income, no safety net, and no certainty, dressed up in the language of being your own boss. And the fight over how to treat these workers, whether they are truly independent or really employees being denied their due, is one of the defining labor battles of the moment. There is a question that hovers over this whole sprawling subject, one that the numbers and the charts and the theories can never quite answer on their own, and it is worth sitting with calmly for a moment, which is what all of this is actually for. We chase growth, we measure GDP, we work our hours and build our businesses and grow the great machine larger every year. But the economy is not the point of anything. It is only ever a means to an end. And the end is supposed to be human lives that are better, longer, freer, fuller, less afraid. And the strange, well-studied truth about money and happiness is that the link between them is real, but it bends, because for someone who is poor, who cannot reliably eat or stay warm or get medicine, more money makes an enormous difference to their actual well-being, lifting a genuine weight of suffering. But once people reach a comfortable enough level where the basic fears are handled, piling on more and more money does surprisingly little for how happy or content they actually are. Beyond that point, what seems to matter is the things money is not very good at buying directly: the close relationships, the sense of purpose, the feeling of being respected and of belonging somewhere, good health, time that is yours. This does not mean money does not matter. It matters enormously, right up to that point of comfort and security. But it is a useful thing to remember in a world that often acts as though more is always better without limit, that the entire towering machine we have been describing is only worth anything at all to the extent that it serves those quieter human ends, and that a society which grows its economy while hollowing out the things that actually make life worth living has, in some deep sense, lost the thread of what the whole thing was ever for. Now back out at the level of the whole world, there is a slow-moving question that could reshape the global economy more than almost anything, and it concerns that special position the American dollar has held ever since Bretton Woods, sitting at the center of everything as the world's main reserve currency. What this means in practice is that countries all over the world hold huge piles of dollars in their reserves, that a great deal of global trade, especially in oil and other commodities, is priced and paid for in dollars, and that when there is trouble anywhere in the world, money tends to rush into dollars as the safe haven, because everyone trusts them more than the alternatives. This gives the United States an enormous and slightly unfair advantage, sometimes grumbled about by others as an exorbitant privilege, because the whole world's hunger for dollars lets America borrow more cheaply and spend more freely than any other country could ever get away with. The rest of the planet effectively lending it money at bargain rates just to hold the currency everyone wants. It is a quiet pillar holding up the American economy and the whole global financial system, and it has lasted for so long that most people simply assume it is permanent, the natural order of things. But nothing in this entire story has turned out to be permanent. Not gold-backed money, not the dominance of any one empire, not any arrangement that everyone assumed would last forever. And there are real, if slow-moving forces nibbling at the dollar's throne. Some countries, uneasy about depending so heavily on a rival or wary of having their dollar holdings used against them as a weapon in disputes, have begun looking for ways to trade and save in other currencies to slowly reduce their reliance on the dollar, a trend people call de-dollarization. The rise of China and its currency, the growth of other large economies, the new digital currencies we talked about, all of these chip at the edges of the assumption that the dollar will rule forever. And yet, every time someone predicts the dollar's fall, it stubbornly holds on, because the truth is, there is no obvious replacement, no other currency that combines the size, the safety, the openness, and the deep trust that the dollar has built up over generations. So the most likely future is probably not a sudden dethroning, but a very slow drift toward a more divided world of money, with the dollar still the biggest fish, but sharing the pond with others more than it once did. How this plays out, whether the dollar holds its crown for another lifetime or slowly cedes ground, will slowly shape the cost of everything and the balance of power between nations for decades, mostly without anyone noticing it happening day to day, the way you never notice the slow shifting of something you have always assumed would simply always be there. There is one more frontier worth glancing at before we close, because it points at how the very nature of what an economy trades in keeps changing, and it concerns the strangest commodity of the modern age, which is information itself, your attention and your data. For most of this story, the economy traded in physical things, grain, metal, cloth, machines, and then increasingly in services, work done rather than objects made. But in the last couple of decades, a genuinely new kind of resource has become one of the most valuable in the world, which is the enormous trove of information that gets gathered about every one of us as we move through our digital lives. What we look at, what we buy, where we go, what we want, what we fear. Some of the largest and most powerful companies the world has ever seen were built not by selling you a product in the old sense, but by gathering this information and using it to capture and sell your attention to advertisers, which means that, in a strange way, you are not really their customer at all. You are closer to the product, and the thing being bought and sold is your own focus, your own time, your own mind. This raises questions the old economics never had to face about who owns the information about you, about what it means when the most valuable resource is something taken from people, often without their real understanding, and about an economy increasingly built around competing for the one truly limited thing each of us has, our attention, in a battle that shapes not just what we buy, but what we believe and how we feel. And we are only beginning to reckon with what it means to have built so much of the modern economy on the harvesting of human attention itself. There is a part of the modern economy that is so woven into daily life that most people stop seeing it at all. The way you stop hearing a sound that never goes away, and that is the enormous machinery built around persuading you to want things. For most of human history, the problem of the economy was scarcity, the simple fact that there was never quite enough food, cloth, shelter, or fuel to go around. And so the whole challenge was making more of the things people obviously needed. But in the richer parts of the world, somewhere across the last century, a strange new situation arrived, where factories and farms could make far more than people strictly needed to survive. And the harder problem became not making the goods, but getting people to buy them, which turned the act of creating desire into a giant industry all its own. This is the world of advertising, of marketing, of branding, and it grew from simple announcements that a shop had bread for sale into a vast and clever effort to shape how you feel about yourself and how you imagine your life could be. An effort that now follows you onto every screen you own and trails you from page to page across the internet, learning what tempts you and pressing on exactly those spots. The interesting thing about all this, once you slow down and look at it, is the way it inverts the old story of the economy serving human needs, because here the needs themselves are being manufactured alongside the goods. A person in a wealthy country today is told gently and constantly through tens of thousands of carefully made images a year that they are not quite enough as they are, that they would be happier, more loved, more respected if they simply owned the next thing, and that whatever they bought last year is already a little tired and ready to be replaced. This keeps the great machine running, because an economy built on making more and more things needs people who keep wanting more and more things. And so a huge amount of human cleverness gets poured into the project of keeping desire alive and slightly unsatisfied, always reaching for the next purchase. None of this is a secret plot by any one villain. It is simply what a system rewards when it can make more than people need. The money flows to whoever is best at convincing you to want. And over time, that pressure built an entire culture around buying, where shopping became a hobby, a comfort, even a kind of identity, and where the health of the whole economy came to depend on people spending freely rather than holding back. Whether that is a wonderful thing, giving people endless choice and delight, or a sad thing, trapping people on a treadmill of wanting that never quite satisfies. is one of those questions the economy itself cannot answer. It only hands you the treadmill and lets you decide how you feel about the running. Sitting underneath all of human activity, more basic even than money, is a resource so central that you could fairly call it the master key to the whole modern economy, and that is energy. Every single thing that happens in an economy, every loaf baked, every mile traveled, every message sent, every machine turned, is at bottom the moving around and reshaping of the physical world. And moving and reshaping the world takes energy, which means the story of economic growth is in large part the story of humans getting their hands on larger and larger flows of energy. For almost all of history, people had only the muscle of their own bodies, the muscle of animals, and the slow trickle of energy from burning wood and catching wind and water, which set a hard ceiling on how much any society could produce, no matter how clever or hardworking its people were. The thing that shattered that ceiling and that truly powered the Industrial Revolution we walked through earlier was learning to dig up and burn the buried sunlight of millions of years. First coal and then oil and gas, fuels so astonishingly dense with energy that a single barrel of oil holds the work of years of human labor, and pouring that flood of cheap energy into the economy is what let production explode beyond anything the old world could have dreamed. This is why the price of energy ripples through absolutely everything, in a way few other prices do, because energy is hidden inside the cost of every good and service you buy. When the price of oil jumps, it is not only the cost of filling a car that rises, it is the cost of growing food, since farming runs on fuel and fertilizer made from gas, and the cost of every product that has to be shipped, and the cost of running every factory. So a shock in the oil market spreads outward into the price of nearly everything, which is exactly why the oil shocks of the 1970s were able to shake the whole world economy so badly. It also explains why control over energy has been tangled up with power and war for the whole modern era, why nations have fought and schemed over oil fields and pipelines and shipping lanes, and why the countries lucky enough to sit on top of huge reserves of oil and gas gained a wealth and an influence far beyond their size. There is even a special twist in this story for the dollar we spoke about, because for decades, much of the world's oil has been bought and sold in dollars, an arrangement sometimes called the petrodollar, which meant that almost every country needed to hold dollars simply to buy the energy it could not live without, propping up the dollar's special place in the world in a way few people ever stop to notice as they fill their tank. And now the energy story is turning a page that may prove as large as the turn to coal centuries ago, because the buried sunlight that powered the modern world carries a hidden bill in the form of the carbon it pours into the air. And the world is beginning the slow and enormous task of rebuilding its energy supply around the sun and the wind and the atom instead. This shift if it truly happens at the scale being talked about, is one of the largest economic projects humanity has ever attempted, requiring the rewiring of how nearly everything is powered, the building of vast new industries, and the slow winding down of some of the most valuable companies on the planet, all within a few short decades. It will mint new fortunes and destroy old ones. It will shift power away from those who control the oil and toward those who control the new technologies and the rare metals they need. And it will test whether an economy built on the assumption of ever cheaper energy can manage the awkward stretch where the old cheap energy is being given up before the new energy is fully ready. How smoothly the world makes that crossing is one of the great economic questions of the century, sitting right at the meeting point of money, technology, and the fate of the living planet itself. A couple of the markets people deal with most often are also among the strangest in the whole economy, because they break the tidy rules of supply and demand in ways that matter enormously. And the clearest examples are healthcare and education. Most of the time, the magic of markets we talked about earlier works because you can shop around, compare prices, walk away if something is too dear, and generally make a calm choice about whether a thing is worth the money to you. But think for a moment about what happens when you are rushed into a hospital in the middle of a heart attack, because in that moment you are in no position to compare prices between hospitals. You cannot walk away and decide the treatment is not worth it. You cannot wait for a sale, and you have almost no way of judging whether the care you are getting is good or whether the price is fair. Since the doctor knows everything and you know almost nothing, this is the problem of desperate need meeting deep ignorance, and it means healthcare can never behave like an ordinary market, no matter how much anyone wishes it would, which is a large part of why almost every wealthy country has stepped in heavily to organize and pay for medical care in one way or another, rather than leaving it to the plain back and forth of buyer and seller. The money involved here is staggering, because as societies grow richer and older, they spend an ever larger share of everything they earn on staying healthy, until in some countries healthcare swallows close to a fifth of the entire economy, a sum so vast that how it is arranged shapes the whole shape of the nation. And the puzzle deepens because of the tangle of who actually pays, since in many systems the person receiving the care is not the person paying the bill, which might be an insurance company or the government. And when the person choosing a service is shielded from its true cost, the normal pressure that keeps prices honest gets badly muffled, allowing costs to drift upward in ways that would never survive in a market where people felt the full price themselves. There is no perfect answer that any country has found, only a long menu of imperfect arrangements, each trading off different goods against each other. Some leaning toward letting the market run and accepting that some people will go without. Others leaning toward having the state guarantee care for all and accepting the heavy taxes and waiting lists that can come with it. And the fierce arguments between these visions are really arguments about deep values dressed up in the language of economics. Education carries a similar strangeness because spending on learning is one of the few kinds of spending that is really an investment in a living person, an attempt to pour resources into someone now in the hope that it makes them more capable and more productive for the rest of their life. Economists even have a slightly cold phrase for this, human capital, by which they mean the bundle of skills and knowledge carried around inside people's heads that makes their work worth more. And a great deal of the wealth of a modern nation lives not in its factories or its land, but precisely in this invisible capital, the trained minds of its people. The trouble is that this investment is strange in all sorts of ways, because the payoff comes slowly across decades and can never be fully predicted, because you cannot easily borrow against a thing locked inside a person's head the way you could borrow against a building, and because so much of the benefit spills outward to the whole society rather than landing only on the learner, since everyone gains from living among educated, capable neighbors. These oddities are why governments almost everywhere step in to pay for so much schooling, treating it as something too important and too tangled to leave purely to whether each family can afford it. And they are also why the modern habit of asking young people to take on mountains of debt to pay for their own education has become such a fraught and painful subject, loading the start of adult life with a weight that earlier generations in many places never had to carry. There is a whole vast slice of economic life that almost never shows up in the official numbers at all, a shadow stretching alongside the proper measured economy, and it goes by names like the informal economy, the underground economy, or simply the black market. When economists add up the size of a country's economy, they are mostly counting the activity that passes through official channels, the sales that get recorded, the wages that get reported, the businesses that file their papers and pay their taxes. But enormous amounts of real economic activity slip past all of that and never get counted. Some of it is the plainly illegal trade in forbidden goods, but a far larger share, especially across the poorer parts of the world, is simply ordinary people doing ordinary honest work outside the official system. The street seller with no license, the laborer paid in cash with no records, the tiny home business that never registered with anyone, the millions upon millions getting by through arrangements that the official statistics cannot see. In some developing countries, this unmeasured economy is not a small fringe, but may rival the size of the official one, which means the true scale of how people actually live and work is far larger and far messier than the clean figures suggest, and it poses a genuine puzzle. because activity in the shadows pays no tax to fund roads and schools, gives its workers none of the protections of the formal world, and cannot easily be reached by the levers that governments use to steer the economy. Tangled up with all of this is the darker craft of hiding money that came from wrong, the world of money laundering, which exists because money earned through crime is awkward to use openly without inviting hard questions about where it came from. The whole grim art of laundering is the effort to push that dirty money through layers of seemingly normal transactions, fake businesses, shell companies, property deals, and tangled chains of accounts across many countries until it comes out the other end, looking clean enough to spend without suspicion, and the sums involved are believed to run into the trillions across the world each year. This shadow finance matters far beyond just crime, because it bleeds into the everyday economy, distorting property markets when dirty money pours into housing purely as a place to hide, corrupting officials, and giving an unfair advantage to those willing to break the rules over honest businesses trying to play it straight. Whole armies of investigators, lawyers, and software now work on the other side of this, trying to trace and block the flows in an endless and expensive cat and mouse game that most people never see, but that shapes the rules and frictions of the financial world they move through every day, adding costs and suspicion to even the most ordinary transfers of money. We touched earlier on how trade between nations can make everyone richer through the idea of comparative advantage. But the real world has never been as simple as the theory, and the long quarrel over how open or closed a country's economy should be is one of the oldest and most heated in all of economics. On one side stand those who argue for free trade, for letting goods flow across borders with as few barriers as possible, pointing to the lower prices, the wider choice, and the greater total wealth that openness tends to bring, and they have a great deal of history and theory on their side. On the other side stand those who want to protect their own country's industries from foreign competition, usually through tariffs, which are simply taxes slapped onto goods coming in from abroad to make them more expensive, and so to shield local makers from being undercut. And this approach, called protectionism, has its own long history and its own powerful appeal. The pull of protection is easy to understand, because when a flood of cheap imports arrives, the factories that close and the workers who lose their jobs are real and visible and concentrated in particular towns, while the benefit of cheaper goods is spread thinly across millions of shoppers who barely notice it. So the pain has a loud voice and the gain has almost none, which is why the politics of trade so often tilts toward putting up walls. The trouble is that when one country raises tariffs to protect its own, the countries hit by those tariffs rarely just accept it, and instead they strike back with tariffs of their own. And this tit for tat can spiral into what people call a trade war, where each side keeps raising the barriers against the other. Everyone tends to come out poorer from these fights because the whole web of trade that had been steadily making goods cheaper for all sides gets torn, prices rise. The careful chains of supply that crossed borders get scrambled, and the very industries the tariffs were meant to protect often find that the materials they need have also become more expensive, hurting them too. The hard lesson of history, learned painfully during the Great Depression, when countries threw up trade walls against each other and watched world trade collapse, is that trade wars usually leave all sides worse off than before. And yet the temptation never fully goes away, because the promise of protecting your own people from foreign competition is always politically sweet, even when the economics warns that the bill will come due later and land on everyone. The deeper truth buried in all this is that open trade really does create winners and losers at the same time, that the winners outnumber and outweigh the losers in total, but that the losers are concentrated and real, and that a society which wants the gains of trade without tearing itself apart has to find some way of sharing those gains with the people whose livelihoods get washed away by it, a task most countries have done badly. There is a quieter way that wealth gets captured rather than created, one that economists have a sharp eye for, and it carries the slightly odd name of rent-seeking, which has nothing to do with paying rent on a flat. The idea is that there are really two different ways to get rich, and they could not be more different in what they do to the wider world. The first way is to create something of value, to build a better product, to grow more food, to invent a useful machine, to provide a service people gladly pay for. And when you grow wealthy, this way you have added to the total pile of good things in the world. Everyone is a little better off for your effort. The second way is to grab a larger slice off the existing pile without making the pile any bigger, by using power or cleverness or connections to tilt the rules in your favor, to win a special privilege, to choke off competitors, to lobby for a law that lets you charge more, or simply to extract money from others through your position rather than through anything you have actually made. This second path is rent-seeking, and the reason it troubles economists so much is that all the energy and talent poured into it is, from the view of the whole society, pure waste, a vast effort that moves wealth around without creating any, and in the worst cases it shades into outright corruption, where officials sell decisions and favors, and where the surest road to riches becomes not building anything but getting close to power. A society where the smartest and most ambitious people chase rents rather than create value is a society slowly strangling its own future, which is why economists worry so much about keeping the rules fair and the path to riches running through genuine creation rather than through capture. It is worth sitting for a moment with the strange and uncomfortable economics of war, because few things reshape an economy as violently or reveal its workings as starkly as a great conflict. War is, in the plainest terms, an enormous act of destruction and waste, the deliberate smashing of factories, cities, infrastructure, and above all human lives. And in that sense, it is the opposite of everything an economy is supposed to do, which is to build up rather than tear down. And yet war has a tangled relationship with economic life, because the desperate push to arm and supply a nation at war has again and again driven bursts of invention and production, hurried along technologies that later found peaceful uses, and pulled idle workers and factories into furious activity, which is part of why the Second World War, for all its horror, was what finally dragged the world out of the Great Depression by forcing governments to spend on a scale they never would have dared in peacetime. This creates one of the grimmest puzzles in the whole subject: the way a thing so purely destructive can leave behind, almost by accident, certain engines of growth, though no honest accounting could ever call war good for an economy, since the same effort poured into building rather than destroying would have left everyone far richer and with their loved ones still alive. War also reveals how much of economics is really about organizing scarce resources under pressure, since a nation at war suddenly has to decide, often through heavy central planning that looks nothing like a free market, how to feed both its soldiers and its people, how to turn car factories into tank factories overnight, and how to pay for it all, usually through mountains of borrowing and printed money that echo through the economy for generations after the guns fall silent. The economy we live in now runs increasingly on things you cannot touch, on ideas and designs and software and brands. And this raises a deep puzzle that the old economics, built around physical goods, never had to wrestle with: the strange nature of owning an idea. When you own a loaf of bread, the matter is simple, because if someone takes it, you no longer have it, and only one person can eat it. But an idea behaves nothing like a loaf of bread, since if someone learns a clever method, or copies a song, or uses an invention, the original owner still has it too, and 1,000 others can use it at the same time without any of it being used up. This bottomless, shareable quality should be wonderful, because it means a good idea could in principle spread to everyone at almost no cost and lift the whole world at once. And yet it creates a problem, because if anyone can instantly copy an invention the moment it appears, then why would anyone pour years and fortunes into inventing in the first place, knowing they will be copied before they earn a penny back? The answer societies landed on is the awkward bargain of intellectual property, of patents and copyrights, which are really artificial fences built around ideas, granting the inventor or creator a temporary monopoly, a stretch of years during which others are forbidden to copy, so that they have a chance to profit before the idea finally passes into the common pool for all to use freely. This bargain sits on a knife edge, and reasonable people argue endlessly about where the line should fall, because the fence that rewards the creator is the very same fence that keeps a good idea from spreading freely to everyone who could benefit. Make the protection too weak or too short, and you risk drying up the incentive to invent, but make it too strong or too long, and you let companies sit on ideas for generations, charging high prices and blocking others from building on their work, which can choke the very flow of new invention the system was meant to encourage. You see this tension at its sharpest in things like life-saving medicines, where the years of patent protection that let a drug company recover the enormous cost of inventing a new cure are the very same years during which the medicine stays expensive and out of reach of the poor who need it most. A genuine clash between two goods with no clean answer, and the whole question has only grown larger as more and more of the economy's value has moved into these intangible forms, until some of the most valuable companies on earth own almost nothing you could physically point to, no great factories or fields, but instead a collection of ideas, brands, patents, and code fenced off by law that throws off more wealth than any mill or mine of the old world ever did. Closely tied to this is a feature of the modern digital economy that helps explain why it throws up such enormous and lonely winners, and it goes by the name of network effects. A network effect is the simple but powerful idea that some things become more valuable to each user the more other users there are, in a way that older goods never did, since your loaf of bread is no tastier because your neighbors also bought bread. But a telephone is useless if you are the only person who owns one and grows more useful with every other person who gets a line. And the same is true of a social network, a messaging app, a marketplace, or a payment system, each of which becomes more valuable to you precisely because so many other people are already there. This creates a powerful pull toward bigness, because once one service gets a little ahead, the fact that everyone is already on it draws still more people to it, which draws still more until the leader can run away from all rivals and end up controlling almost the entire field, not necessarily because its product is so much better, but because everyone is already gathered there and nobody wants to be on the empty one. This is a large part of why the digital age has produced a handful of giant companies of a scale and reach the world has never seen before, sitting astride whole domains of human life, and why the old hope that competition would always keep any one company in check has run into trouble, since network effects can build a wall around the winner that ordinary competition struggles to climb, posing hard new questions for the old tools meant to keep markets open and fair. Let us lift our eyes for a moment to the very furthest frontier anyone is seriously talking about, because the economy has never stopped expanding into new territory, and the next territory may not be on this planet at all. For the whole of the story we have walked through tonight, every scrap of the economy, every resource, every market, every dollar has existed on the thin skin of a single world. But a small and growing number of companies and nations are now beginning to treat space itself as the next economic frontier, and what was once pure science fiction is creeping into serious business plans. Already, there is real money in the ring of satellites around the Earth, in the systems that carry your phone signals, guide ships and planes, watch the weather, and beam the internet down to distant places. A quiet, orbital economy worth many tens of billions a year that most people never think about, even as they depend on it daily. Beyond that lie dreams that may or may not come true of mining the metals locked in asteroids, some of which are thought to hold more of certain precious materials than has ever been dug from the whole Earth, of factories in orbit making things that can only be made in weightlessness, and far off, of human settlements on the Moon or on Mars that would need economies of their own. Whether any of this grand vision arrives soon or stays forever just over the horizon, it points at something worth holding on to, that the economy is not a fixed thing of a fixed size, but a restless and expanding process, forever reaching for new resources, new markets, and new frontiers, and that the same deep forces we have traced from the first clay tablets, the urge to trade, to specialize, to invest, to profit, and to grow, are the very forces that may one day carry economic life off this planet entirely. Before we turn toward the end, there is something that deserves a gentle spotlight precisely because the official economy tends to leave it in the dark, and it is the vast ocean of unpaid work that holds up everything else, the work that mostly happens at home and out of sight. Every single worker who walks into a factory or an office was fed, raised, comforted, and cared for, usually by someone whose labor was never counted in any economic figure. And every day, across the world, an enormous amount of cooking, cleaning, child raising, and caring for the old and the sick gets done, with no wage attached and no entry in any ledger, because the great measuring stick of the economy only counts what passes through markets. All of this disappears from the official picture, which leads to the genuinely odd result we noted earlier, that if you pay a stranger to mind your child, the economy grows, but if you do it yourself out of love, it counts for nothing, even though the work and its worth to society are just the same. This unpaid care work, which has fallen disproportionately on women throughout history, is in truth the foundation that the whole paid economy rests upon, since without it there would be no healthy, raised, cared for people to do any of the paid work at all. And yet, because it carries no price, it is easy to overlook, easy to undervalue, and easy to take for granted. A slowly growing number of thinkers argue that an economy which cannot even see the work of caring for one another is an economy missing something central about what human life is actually for, and that a wiser measure of how a society is really doing would have to find some way of honoring all the labor of love and care that the cash figures will never capture, running underneath every transaction we have discussed, more basic even than money or law, is a single fragile thing without which none of it could function for a single day, and that thing is trust. Every time you accept a piece of paper or a number on a screen as payment, you are trusting that others will accept it from you tomorrow. Every time you put your savings in a bank, you're trusting it will be there when you return. Every time you buy something online and send your money, first you are trusting a stranger far away to send the goods. And every contract, every loan, every investment is at bottom a bet that the other side will do what they promised. An economy is, in a very real sense, a vast and delicate web of promises between people who will mostly never meet, and the whole towering structure of modern wealth rests on the quiet assumption that those promises will generally be kept. This is why trust is perhaps the single most precious and most invisible asset any economy has, because where trust is high, people deal freely with strangers, invest in the future, and build things together that no one could build alone. While where trust collapses, where people expect to be cheated and contracts to be broken and savings to be stolen, the economy seizes up, no matter how rich the country is in resources or talent. Much of what governments, courts, banks, and even reputations really do is the patient work of manufacturing and protecting this trust, of making promises enforceable and cheating costly, so that strangers can rely on one another. And when you understand that, you start to see that the deepest infrastructure of any economy is not its roads or its factories, but the web of confidence between its people, a thing built slowly over generations and capable of being shattered alarmingly fast. It is worth noticing, too, the strange and powerful role that cities play in all of this, because if you look at where wealth is actually created in the modern world, you find it pooling overwhelmingly in cities, those dense tangles where millions of people are crowded close together. There is real economics behind why cities act as such engines, because when you pack huge numbers of people and businesses tightly together, wonderful things start to happen almost on their own. Ideas jump more easily from mind to mind. Workers and employers find each other more readily. Specialists can find enough customers to make a living at the narrowest of crafts, and businesses can share the same roads, ports, and power that no single one of them could have built alone. This crowding together creates a kind of magic that economists call agglomeration, a fancy word for the simple truth that people and businesses become more productive simply by being near lots of other people and businesses, which is why a worker doing the very same job in a great city often produces and earns far more than one doing it in a remote town. It is also why, all through history, the movement of people from the countryside into the cities has gone hand in hand with the growth of economies, and why so much of the story of getting richer in country after country has really been the story of urbanizing, of more and more people leaving the fields for the dense and crackling life of the city. The same density that makes cities such engines of wealth also concentrates their troubles. The high rents we spoke of, the crowding, the strain on everything, so that cities end up holding both the greatest opportunities and some of the sharpest struggles of economic life, drawing people in with the promise of a better living, even as they squeeze them with the cost of staying. One more current of economic life deserves a calm look before we draw all of this together, because it stirs more heat than almost any other, and yet sits on some of the clearest economics there is. And that is the movement of people across borders in search of work and a better life. Migration is one of the oldest economic acts there is. The simple decision to pick up and move from a place with little opportunity to a place with more. And across history, it has been one of the most powerful ways that both individuals and whole economies have grown richer. When a worker moves from a poor country where their labor earns very little to a rich country where the same hours of the same work earn many times more, the gain is enormous, not only for that worker and the family they often send money home to, but for the receiving economy too, which gains willing hands for the jobs that need doing, fresh energy, new businesses, and often the very young workers that aging rich countries are running short of. Most careful studies find that, taken as a whole, this movement of people tends to make economies larger and more productive, filling gaps in the workforce and bringing skills and effort that help everyone, which is why economists as a group tend to view migration far more warmly than the heated public arguments around it would suggest. And yet, as with free trade, the gains and the pains fall on different people, which is the root of why the subject is so fraught. Because the overall benefit can be real and large, while particular groups still feel a genuine squeeze. The arrival of many new workers can press down on the wages of the existing workers they most directly compete with, can strain housing and schools and hospitals if the building of those things does not keep pace, and can stir deep unease about how a place changes when many newcomers arrive at once, and none of these worries are simply imaginary, even though the overall economic picture is largely positive. So, once again, we meet the pattern that runs all through this subject, where a change makes the pie bigger overall, but does not share the new slices evenly, leaving winners who barely notice their gain, and losers who feel their loss sharply, and where the wise path, so easy to name and so hard to walk, is to capture the real gains while genuinely helping the people who bear the costs, rather than either slamming the door shut or pretending the strains do not exist. It is one more case where the cold logic of the economics and the hot reality of how people actually live and feel pull against each other, and where the numbers alone, however clear, can never settle a question that is really about what kind of society people want to live in. Step back now from all the moving parts, the money and the markets, the trade and the trust, the booms and the busts, and notice something easy to miss when you are down among the details, which is that this whole vast machine is, in the end, made entirely of us. The economy can feel like a force of nature, like weather, something that happens to people from the outside, with its own moods and storms that we can only endure, and the language we use of markets rising and falling, of forces and pressures and shocks, only deepens that sense of something beyond human control. But every price is a choice somebody made. Every market is just people deciding what to offer and what to accept. Every boom is millions of people feeling hopeful at once, and every crash is those same millions growing afraid together. And even money itself, as we saw, is finally nothing but a shared agreement. A story so many of us believe at the same time that it becomes real through the believing. There is something steadying in remembering this as you lie here, that the enormous machine is not a god or a law of physics, but a thing built up out of countless ordinary human acts, the work and the wanting and the trusting and the promising of billions of people, which means it has no fixed shape it was destined to take, and could in principle be shaped differently if enough of those people came to want it so. It has been arranged in wildly different ways across history, from gift and tribute to markets and plans and every blend between, and it will surely be arranged in ways we cannot yet picture long after tonight, because the only thing the long story really proves is that nothing about the present arrangement is permanent or inevitable, that it is all just the latest chapter in something still very much being written. There is a thread running through the whole question of who ends up rich and who ends up poor, that the cool language of markets and merit tends to skip over, and it deserves a gentle airing, because it is the enormous role played by inheritance and by plain luck. We like to tell ourselves a tidy story in which wealth flows to effort and talent, in which the hard-working and the clever rise, and the lazy and foolish fall, and there is a grain of truth in it, since effort and skill really do matter, but it is only a grain, because a vast share of where any person lands in life is settled before they have done a single thing, by the simple accident of where and to whom they happen to be born. A child born in a wealthy country to comfortable parents starts the race so far ahead of a child born into poverty in a struggling land that no amount of effort by the second child is likely ever to close the gap. And even within a single country, the family you are born into shapes your schooling your health, your connections, and the cushion you have to take risks or to fail and try again, all long before your own choices enter the picture at all. This is uncomfortable to sit with because it cuts against the comforting belief that the world is fair and that people mostly get what they deserve. And yet, the more honestly you look at the economy, the more you see luck and birth threaded all through it, in who inherits a fortune or a debt, who is born in a boom or a bust, who happens to have the skill of the age rewards or the one it has left behind. Wealth, once gathered, has a strong tendency to pass down and to pile up across the generations, which is one of the deepest engines of the inequality we spoke about earlier, because money does not just sit still, it earns more money, a large fortune simply left in investments, throws off returns year after year that can grow faster than the wages of those who must work for every penny. So that families who start with wealth can grow richer while doing nothing in particular and pass that swelling pile to their children, who pass it to theirs, building dynasties of advantage that compound across lifetimes. Societies have always felt uneasy about this, sensing something troubling in great wealth flowing endlessly down family lines regardless of the merit of those who receive it, which is why many have placed special taxes on large inheritances, trying to let some of each great fortune flow back to the common pool, rather than hardening into a permanent aristocracy of money. The argument over those taxes is fierce and never settled between those who see them as a fair check on inherited privilege and those who see them as a cruel grab at money already taxed once and saved with love for one's children. And underneath that argument sits one of the oldest tensions in all of economic life, between rewarding people for what they themselves build and accepting that they will naturally want to pass what they build to those they love, even though doing so slowly tilts the whole playing field for everyone who comes after. So here we are at the end of the long walk, and it is worth gathering up in a slow and gentle way just how far we have traveled tonight, because we started somewhere almost unimaginably distant from where we have ended up. We began before money even existed, in a world of gifts and favors and debts remembered in the head, among people who trusted and owed one another long before anyone pressed the first lump of metal into a coin. And from there, we watched the slow invention of money itself. Those early tokens of grain and cattle and salt and shell, and then the first true coins struck in Lydia, and the spread of coin money through Greece and Rome, and the hard lesson the Romans learned about what happens when a ruler slyly shaves the metal from the money and the prices climb in answer. We sat with the merchants and bankers of the Italian cities who worked out how to move money across distances with paper, and the clerks who learned to keep honest books with double entry, and the sailors and companies who crossed oceans for spices and silver, and in doing so, stitched the first threads of a truly global economy. We watched Adam Smith notice the strange order that rises from 1,000 people, each chasing their own gain, and we watched the great chimneys of the Industrial Revolution rise and change forever what a human being could make in a day, and the fierce arguments that came with it between those who saw liberation in the new machines and those who saw only a new kind of chain. We walked through the wild booms and the terrible busts, the manias and the panics, the wheelbarrows of worthless money in a defeated Germany, the joyful excess of the 1920s, and the long gray misery of the depression that followed. And we saw thinkers like Keynes try to work out why a whole economy could simply seize up with willing workers and idle factories sitting side by side, unable to find each other. We followed money's own strange journey from something you could trade for a fixed weight of gold to the pure creature of trust and agreement it became after that final cut in the early 1970s, floating free, backed by nothing you can hold, and yet holding up the whole modern world all the same. And then we slowed right down and opened the machine up to look inside, and we saw what money really is and where it truly comes from, conjured into being by banks as they make loans. And we saw how prices carry news across the whole world without anyone sending a message, how supply and demand search for their balance, how booms and busts breathe in and out like some great slow lung, and how the levers of interest rates and government spending get pulled to try, never perfectly, to keep the whole thing from swinging too wildly in either direction. We looked hard at the things the tidy story leaves out, at the pollution that no price accounts for, at the inequality that markets alone tend to widen, at the unpaid work of caring that holds up everything yet shows up in no figure, and at the deep truth that what the economy measures and what actually makes a life good are very far from the same thing. And then we turned and looked out toward what is coming, at the machines that may do more and more of our work, and the hard question of what that leaves for us, at the new digital monies rising to challenge the old, at societies growing older and the strain that brings, at the slow, enormous turn away from the buried fuels that powered everything, and at frontiers as far away as the metals locked inside drifting asteroids. We sat with the strangeness of healthcare and learning, the shadow economy that the numbers cannot see, the quarrels over trade and migration where the gains are real but the pains fall on particular people, and the fragile web of trust and promise that holds the whole impossible structure together. It has been a great deal to carry across one night, and you do not need to remember any of it, because the point was never to memorize the parts, but only to feel, in a calm and unhurried way, the shape of the whole. And now, at the close, it is worth returning to where we started, to that ordinary moment at the very beginning, the coffee, the phone in your hand, the roof above you, the lights, the work waiting in the morning. All of it still moves, even now, Even as you lie here, drifting towards sleep, through that same enormous, invisible machine we have been walking through all this time, the one that nobody designed and nobody fully controls, and not one single person completely understands. Somewhere, right now, a ship is crossing a dark ocean stacked with goods bound for people it will never meet. Somewhere, a price is shifting by a fraction in answer to news no one person could ever fully trace. Somewhere, a loan is being made and new money is gently coming into being. Somewhere, a promise is being kept between strangers who simply trust that it will be. And all of it together, all these countless tiny human acts happening at once across the whole turning world, is the economy, not a thing apart from us, but the great sum of us. The endless and unplanned dance of billions of people trying to live, to provide, to want, and to build. It grew from clay tablets in Mesopotamia to numbers flickering across the whole planet at the speed of light. And it is still growing, still changing, still being written, and it will go on long after this night, carrying the same old human hopes into shapes we cannot yet see. But none of that needs you tonight. The great machine will keep turning without your watching. The ships will cross without your worrying. The prices will find their balance, whether or not you hold them in your mind. And the whole vast, patient web of it will be there in the morning just as it was, asking nothing of you now. So you can let all of it go, the numbers and the names, the booms and the busts, the whole long story from the first coin to the farthest frontier, and let it settle into the background like a distant and steady sound, the soft, endless hum of the world, calmly going about its business while you rest. There's nothing to solve here and nothing to hold on to, only the calm of understanding a little more about the strange and beautiful machine we all live inside, and the ease of knowing it will carry on perfectly well while you sleep. So rest now, because the economy, like the tide, will still be moving when you wake. And until then, there is nothing at all you need to do but breathe slowly, let your thoughts drift loose, and sink down gently into a deep and easy sleep.